and welcome to the first Playday of Korea League Stage 2. We've already had 2 other regions kick off. Europe and Asia have already started, and we are the 3rd region to kick things off as well, starting today. My name is Anne, I'll be your host for today, and joining me, of course, on the cast as well, we'll have Hap and Fluke joining us. It's the first day for you two as well, back in Stage 2. How excited are we?
Sorry, I've entirely thrown by the existence of me in the void here, because we were playing around with the green screen. You'll see that bit tomorrow. I am so excited. You know, we've been sitting in the off season waiting to get our teeth back into some Rainbow Six, and it's the perfect time because this region, it's one that Hap and I have worked on for a long time, and it's had so much growth over the past 12 months. But coming into this split, the roster mania is crazy.
Yeah, for sure. Like, investments have been made by multiple teams after, of course, PSG Talon came in last stage, made like some huge shockwaves in the Korea League, and now everybody kind of feels like they need to change up to keep up, and it's going to be very exciting to see how this stage develops.
100%. Before we get into things for Stage 2, let's do a bit of a recap of everything that happened in Stage 1, because if you weren't watching that, I don't know under what rock you were sleeping, but a lot has happened in Korea League. I think if we look at the 2 teams on the top left, D+ and FearX, of course, coming back, they were always known as those titans in Korea League. Often the teams that would make it to majors, and then in Stage 1 of this year, all of a sudden, we had another force joining them. PSG Talon, of course, picking up that EU support staff, getting that EU experience under their belt as well, and then of course the other teams that participated last stage around as well. One change coming into that one though, we have Orgless joining us this time around, replacing a big chunk of the Beyond Stratos Gaming roster, but quite a few familiar faces that we're still seeing here happen. Fluke, what was the one thing that stood out to you the most coming out from last stage?
Of everything, it had to be the sort of general idea that the top dog is dead. The roster has entirely shifted from where it was at its strongest. It had that peak back at the Sweden major. You had D+ here do something no Korean team had done before, and for a long time there was always a bit of a will they, won't they, can they return to that form, what's going to happen, little roster changes. Stage 1, PSG Talon reinvigorated with sort of new big brains behind it, demonstrated in actuality, no, we are the top dog team, no one else is at our level, and then hit that beat at the Manchester Major as well. And that is the one thing that I think has finally sent this region now officially into a different standing.
Yeah, for sure, and as well as, you know, the investments that we've seen in both players and support staff coming in from other regions. And I was actually talking to some of the players, and they were like not worried, but more so like surely interested in how this is going to be developing the league itself. As of course, you know, PSG Talon, they brought in you know, European support staff. Some other teams already had brought in Brazilian support staff, but we're now seeing UK players as well joining the fray, which are looking to bring, you know, that European playstyle to Korea as well. So it is going to be a completely different stage than Stage 1.
Speaking of those investments as well, Hap, is that the thing you're looking forward to most when it comes to the stage, or is it something else?
I think I definitely am, because Korea, and it always hurts a bit to say that, but they have been behind on Siege for like a long time. Sweden, of course, was that high point when they were a bullet away from making it to a finals, but ever since they haven't been able to really get back to that point. So something needed to change, and you saw that Talon, you know, they were able to make some waves, but they needed some more time to truly get themselves to be out there as an international top dog. Bringing in these investments hopefully will make the entire league more competitive, which also will help the teams that eventually will be going towards majors to have a better performance out there.
Definitely.
Yeah, I think it's the sort of setup here of this is a region that we want to see impress us in that strange sort of way of saying it, because they've existed for a long time amongst the tier 1 side of Siege, amongst the pressure of the big 3 sort of regions, but they've never quite been able to properly break through consistently. They'll have one great run and then a silence for a year, one great run and then no wins on an international stage. This needs to become a consistent, and that is down to how this region responds to having international influence.
Yeah, I mean, you just saw our 8 teams on the screen right before. They, of course, had some time over that summer break to get things going, to get that growth going on that we are so much looking forward to seeing. Let's see what these teams are playing against today as well. We had our 8 teams, and these are our 4 matchups that we'll be having today. Starting off with a great matchup. That'll be PSG Talon taking on MIR Gaming. I think the main question is whether PSG Talon can keep up that success, or if the fresh energy in MIR will lead them towards that victory. Our second game of the day, Blossom taking on Orgless. Both teams not having the stage 1 that they really wanted. For them, the quest is to start better this time around. Our third match of the day, FearX taking on Weebl. I think Weebl surprised us a lot last stage, coming in as the very first in group stage, and FearX disappointed us a little bit more. Luckily for them, they're able to make it to the major, and of course to look in to duplicate that this stage around. We'll be ending our day with D+ taking on BNA. That is a number 2 from last stage going up against the very last team from last stage. BNA have some new players, and I'm sure you'll know their names as well. We'll get into that later, as we will be heading on to that match later today as well. Our predictions. This is always something difficult, I guess, to go into if you've not seen these teams play yet, but we still had cracked our minds about the predictions about the teams that we think will be winning today. The very first matchup, I think we're pretty much on the same line there, but then down the line, I'm seeing a few changes in regard to teams. I went for a bit of a different approach than you two did, Fluke. Would you mind explaining your predictions?
Yeah, I'll give it a go. I mean, PSG Talon, it's kind of obvious. Yeah, they didn't have a great first split. They've had big changes. They've brought in maybe the biggest changes, bringing in Blur, bringing in Sloth. I guess they've sort of seen the success of getting a hammer lifter from G2 and gone, well, let's try and get our own. And then they've sort of added a potential sharp gun. I think they'll do better this split. They have to. I don't think they can topple PSG Talon that's made the same sort of change. They've been able to get themselves finally shaped around a roster. They've dropped some of the lower performers of the roster, brought in new talent, swapped new talent around pretty much instantly. Then you've got where things get a bit dicey. Weebl had an amazing first split, but FearX, they've hit solidity. They found themselves at the major. They had a decent performance there. I mean, you're looking at, I guess, the sort of second game as the toss-up here with the energy that's coming through from sort of Blossom. And I don't know, it's just that roster is pretty much entirely new from the side of Blossom. It's come together from several different places. And Orgless is ex-PSG pretty much. But, you know, I don't want to put too much pressure on him. Crazy Boy is no longer in the roster as a player. He's on a coach role. He was kind of a bit problematic for them in that entry role. He couldn't quite get those engagements. So I think having maybe a bit of a different force here, they could pull something off. But it's very hopeful.
Just you wait. Crazy Boy will always come back, Emmy.
He might.
He'll also start playing again.
When he pops off, he's great. But he just, I think he might have been one of the lowest rated, if not the lowest rated loss.
Yeah, it wasn't great.
Is there anything you'd like to add to it, Hep? I mean, you went for the same way.
I think the first
Pretty
game
solid
is going to be
choices.
quite interesting because, you know, MIR, they've made those big investments, of course, and they're clearly looking like that they want to get that #1 spot in the league as well. And I think, you know, starting off against Talon is then the ultimate test to see where they truly would be ranking up. Like last stage, we needed to wait a long while before we had a real clue on where Talon would end up because they didn't play FearX or D+ for a couple play days. MIR now instantly has to go up against, you know, the team that eventually won the entire thing.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, of course, I've went for a bit of a different teams, as you can see here. I believe in Blossom having had a really good stage last time around, and Weebl, of course, really surprising us positively, hoping for them that they can keep that up. But as you said, we are very excited about our very first game, given the teams that are participating. So it's time that we'll head into that one and start talking about our 2 teams for that very first matchup. PSG Talon taking on MIR Gaming, of course. And we'll dive deeper into PSG Talon to start things off with here today. today, looking at their roster changes, because a lot has happened for this team over the summer. As you can see on your screen, JLT and Royboy leaving that team, and some new additions for this team as well. Rubitic, who played with them for the EWC, now in that sub role. They got Yas out of retirement as well, really exciting, and then Gotti will be joining this team too. Now, very impressive from this team over the last few months, Faluke, I think, as we can say. At the major as well, they were one game away of making it to that main stage.
And you look at who they had to play in that sort of end run. Is they're going up, taking BDS, and then it's FaZe, and then it's Beast Coast, who, okay, at the time you're like, Beast Coast, but then you watch the whole major and you're like, Beast Coast. It was a great performance from a team, and it was their, for a lot of them, the first sort of showing of that sort of level, of that sort of depth. They get in. Yes, they pulled in Rubitic. I sort of briefly talked about it before. Did EWC. Rubitic is now a sub, and Gotti is listed as being the 5th sort of player here. Gotti has sort of sat on a bench for a long time for Damwon Kia, and I don't know. I trust in the process, really. At this point, it's hard to argue with it, so I want to see what they can do.
Yeah, you kind of have to believe in the fact that Fabian knows what he's doing, and he's been so experienced. He knows exactly what he needs from his players, and making that change, I mean, it's probably never easy, but putting in Gotti out there really has a great opportunity to make himself worth it now. I'm also just super excited to see Yas back. I was actually quite upset when he retired, because he was like one of the most exciting, if not the most exciting player to watch in South Korea. So having him back on this powerhouse that actually, has the potential, with all the support behind it and the potential of the players, to become a regular mainstay in the international stage.
100%. I think if we're looking at Gotti as well, I think you mentioned it real quick, Fluke, being a D+ sub until January 2022, sorry. Numbers are difficult sometimes. But that means that it's been a bit of a break for him in that regards as well. Now, of course, joining this team, and we've been praising them, I feel like, so far on this desk. Last stage as well, we talked about their appearance at the major. Things are going great, and then they get so close to making it, but just not far enough. And I think, Hap, we know by now this comes down to this team sometimes tending to crumble a bit when it comes to the pressure.
Yeah, and that's basically due to the part, that they haven't got those years of experience in international play, right? They've only been really working on their own stage, on the South Korean league, and then suddenly you're going up against these huge teams who have won majors in the past, or won the major when you went up against them in one of those tournaments, and suddenly everything is just a little bit different. And it just means that, they need to get that experience in, and, the more they play against these international teams, you'll see them start crumbling less and less and become more of a powerhouse.
It's what they always say. Is experience comes from international performance. Experience comes from the ability to scrim consistently at international stages. That is what they have been doing over the past 7 months. That is where they've been stationed. They even went to North Sweden. And if you go in there, to play Siege, because I love you, Fabian. There's not much else to do in those cold hills. So that's the sort of environment that this team is being raised in now, and it's showing success.
I like how you mentioned experience, and especially from different regions as well, because I believe that that is key for their opponents for today as well. Because when we're looking at MIR, at their roster and their changes that have happened for them over the summer, we're seeing that international experience, and not just a little bit. We're seeing a former world champion now joining the likes of MIR. Blur's joining them, former G2 player. Sloth, of course, joining in as well, has played on these world championships, and I think, Emmy, that's huge for a team like this.
Oh, I mean, it could be the biggest deciding factor. Obviously, Blur, when he was with the roster, it wasn't always the most sort of shouted about name, but they did a job, and they did a job so solidly. And having a solid support, having a solid backline, especially one that has lifted the hammer once upon a time, it's almost, unchangeable. That is something that you need to sort of bring to any roster, and to have that voice. Sloth as well, on their day, were one of the most terrifying players on a server. We've seen them and cast them a couple of times open a game with an ace because they're just feeling it that day. And having that energy against a team that, as soon as, if that happens to PSG Talon, the world beaters PSG Talon, the we're in our head right now, PSG Talon. Who knows how much Sloth can upset the balance of this region?
Yeah, and actually spoke to them a little bit before as well, and you know, their entire goal is to also get in first for this league. But they mostly stated that they're still in a work in progress, that they're still trying to bring that European kind of style of Siege towards Korea, towards the team, where they rely more on teamwork rather than the individual skill, because they said the gun skill of these players is amazing. It's just that little bit of teamwork that sometimes is lacking, that they really want to be building into it now. And, you know, that they've been really working hard on it, and they're really excited to show what they got.
I feel like it's a big trend so far in Korea, because we're seeing a lot of teams do this, bringing that international experience, bringing that international influence into these teams here. But if you're looking at the history for MIR, we're seeing, of course, a game they played against Talon where their story to the Esports World Cup got cut short, losing out to them in those closed qualifiers. That was already with the roster that you'll be seeing here today as well. So it might give us a bit of an indication about how this matchup is going to go. But talking about MIR specifically as well, Emmy, I mean, last stage wasn't great for them. They ended 7th. They also didn't have a great game against Talon in the EWC qualifiers. They need that improvement.
I mean, otherwise they'll just end 7th again.
Yep.
Into the context of, you know, how this all works, the only thing that sort of sets them apart of the team that finished 8th was on the far left column, beating battle position. That's the only different result. That is a Korean sort of tier 2, tier 3 team that was able to beat BSG and then got beat by MIR. But that's all MIR has as a sort of thing to talk about and a thing to bring in. And, you know, otherwise, and I think the game before that is a forfeit. So that is the only success that we have on our screen right now. The only way is up. But they have a really good change now, and they have a really good possibility of doing it. They've got the cool new dragon logo. They've got some cool new players. Let's see it all come
Double
together
buff.
and breathe fire.
Agreed. Yep, I mean, the only way is up is a very good way of looking at this for MIR specifically. Now, of course, we have a head-to-head between players as well. This is more with the data that we have from stage 1, but we have the top 2 players, or the top 1 players from either team, whichever way you want to view it. There is a bit of a preference, I guess we can see, towards Ryder here, Hep. I mean, given that his team went to achieve a little bit more last stage as well.
Yeah, but it was also the thing, right? Like, Talon was performing quite well. They were all basically on the scoreboard quite even. It wasn't like they had like 1 or 2 star players that had like a 140 EPS. No, everybody was hovering around that, you know, 95 to 110 throughout the entire stage. So Ryder being out on top there, and having that little bit of information in the back of your head, it just shows how good Talon really was in that stage. Everybody was pulling their weight, whereas MIR 87 was the highest on guard. Well, they truly struggled throughout that season as well. And then, you know, looking at those stats, you can also understand why.
Yeah, I think it's the sort of baseline of these two teams, though. And the thing to consider is, although we can have this head-to-head, if you took a step backwards and looked at it, a lot of PSG Talon wouldn't be that far behind Ryder. A lot of were that far behind guard. There wasn't a follow-through here. There has to be more of a flat performance. It takes more than 1 to win a game.
We're seeing the map video rolling in for our screen. A best of 1 to remind you. I'm a bit sad to see Lair go out so early. I mean, it's taken 2 days to see it in Europe League. Unfortunately, not for this game, though, in Korea League. Not for the very first game, as we're seeing here. Labs, I still think, is an option. It's I think that's a map that PSG Talon love to play last stage as well. Seeming that right now it is still a possibility that we end up going there, but that won't be the case. We'll be heading to Consulate Hap. How are you feeling about that one?
There is quite some verticality out here. It's good to see the map to come through as well. It's always good to see, and I know Consulate, you know, it's been in the game for a while, but, you know, the rework came through. It's always good to see the new maps to be played. And Labs, for example, Talon brought that a lot last stage. Sadly, Lair not there, as you mentioned, but Consulate is still one of those, you know, top 3 new maps that have been added to the pool, which means that there has been, especially if you go for the pick there, has been quite a lot of preparation done for it.
It's gotta be. We've seen it from MIR last split. They played it against Deepaskia, who, to be fair, played it a lot of times, and they got 7-1 on it. They won 1 attack and then lost everything else. So you know, there's something here for PSG Talon to have prepped against, but there's also a test of it by the side of MIR. It's just a we'll see, really, at this point. There's so much that's been changed from the side of MIR that it's tough to bring it together. They've gone from speaking Korean to speaking English, I assume.
Yep.
And, you know, that's a huge change. That's a change that will affect even the best rosters. We'll have to take some time getting used to it. So, who knows?
I mean, I'd be impressed if Blur and Sloth learn Korean that quickly, which I don't think
You
has
never know.
happened over the summer break. I mean, things can happen, but maybe not that fast. I mean,
Yeah,
we've seen
get
it
on the
for...
Duolingo.
Yeah, exactly. We've seen it though for BDS as well. I mean, to give an example of a team that switched language and went on to have great success afterwards, it is possible. We're not saying it is impossible. It is of course difficult as well if you're so used to making these callouts in a different language and you now have to switch up completely. We had a head-to-head prior to the map veto. Now that we've had these player changes though coming in for both these two teams, do you think, Emmy, the players that we had in the head-to-head are still the players that you'll be focusing your main attention towards, or would that be someone different this time around?
I am really curious about Gotti's performance. I think because the fact that they sort of were able to pick up a huge player and then sort of sideline them and then bench them after one sort of swing is, yeah, okay, they're on the international stage, but if you look back at the first stage, Rumatic was about the 6th best player overall. And for them to not want to utilize that, to bring in Gotti instead, who's been sitting on a bench, it gives me this idea of, okay, how good can this player be? Not, what are they doing? What's going on? There is something here, and I really want to see it cook, because that was what drew me in the first split to players like Seora, or, you know, and seeing this new Korean sort of prodigy players and new Korean blood come through and show what can be done with the game. Is that something that we might get here?
It's also, of course, like, Fabian is very ambitious. He's not building a team to win Korea every single time. If he was, Rumatic, you know, probably would have still been on the team in that case, but he wants to have that international success for them as well. And sometimes you're just missing that one thing. And even though Rumatic was an incredible player in terms of, like, statistics in the entire league, they might have just been missing something that was required to have that success on the international stage, which is why the change eventually came through. So, yeah, I agree. I think I'll be looking out for Gotti and well, Yas as well, of course, a lot on the side of Talon. I think on the side of MIR, I'll be more so looking at Sloth, of course. Like, is he going to fill that same entry role as he did in Europe? And is he going to thrive now? Now he's in a completely different environment?
That's a good question to ask. Of course, one thing we didn't even mention yet, because we keep on talking, of course, about the support staff of PSG, is that for MIR, there's some international support staff joining them as well.
Yeah.
I hope for them, it helped them in towards that preparation going into this very important first game of Korea League Stage 2, and it starts right here on Consulate.
Well. We're back.
We are back.
Yay!
And it's time for Korea.
See?
No, Blitz.
Blitz.
Oh.
Sloth already in the old chat.
As he should.
Already trying to cause some chaos.
Just bring that
Now,
UK mentality into the Korean chat.
He's getting in the heads. And this is the thing I sort of highlighted about him is, as a player, that was one of the things he always did quite well, was get on people's, like, get on people's nerves, get in their heads, both inside the server and inside the all chat box. I don't know how much of an effect it will have here, because pressure is the thing that breaks a lot of teams. And if he's able to just apply some pressure from just being Sloth,
Yeah.
who knows?
We pause the sound.
Blur is now Blur Kitty.
Aw.
Aw. Yep.
Using the appropriate background for it.
Yeah, I mean, it makes the most sense. We'll be back in just a moment. You've got, obviously, the Dark Zero Sloths there as well. Makes sense that Sloth is using that one.
Again, like, kind of obligatory, right? Like, he needs to do that.
Yeah.
With his name out there. I was actually, you know, speaking to Sloth, and he's like, he actually sent me a message after I did my predictions, and he's like, you do not know what you have unleashed by predicting me to lose. I was like, I heard it's a thing, but, you know, I wanted to try it for myself anyway. And then he told me that they only lost during the EWC qualifiers against Talon because they were, you know, only together for 2 weeks, and they were trolling a bit on Bang. So let's see if they managed to clean up the troll in that extent. They also mentioned that right now, basically the entire team is fluent in English. So that's a very quick, like, studies that have been done by the rest of MIR Gaming.
You get these chill little beats. Now, Consular as a map, I'm trying to have a quick look. I know it was played about 5 or 6 times in Korea last time, but were they one of the highest played regions of the reworked map is what I'm looking into. Because not every single region sort of adopted it, and obviously you still mainly had your labs, your clubhouse, your Oregon, every other game, but
I felt like that was the mainstay to go for indeed. This Consulate was played, I think 5 times, yeah? Which is quite a lot, but
I'm jumping around.
I'm
jumping around. I'm having a look
in Europe. Like, I don't know, like, Consulate just always gives me such a Europe vibe.
6 times in Europe.
Oh, there we go. So it was more.
I won. 7 times in America.
They always try and one up Europe.
God. 4 times in Brazil. These are the fun facts that we get to have a look at over in rehost time. Can you guess Japan League?
I'm gonna go 3.
3 times. Hey, we're back. Not in Japan League, not in American League, not in Brazilian League, not even in EU League. Even though you might be mistaken by some of the names along the bottom of the screen. We are here. Game 1, Play Day 1, Korea Split 2. Let's get into it.
10 seconds left.
Let's indeed. And we're starting off up on that top floor. Now, there's going to be
5
lots of
seconds left.
options for verticality from, well, either to hold back down below. Usually what you do see is, I mean, there's really 2 pushes that we've seen a lot of, right? Like, one of them is to just go in right from the window and try and plant, and the other is to take that control first, a little bit below, try and flush out some of those players and see where you can go from there on. As Talon starts off on the attack. I'm actually excited to see our new recruit in here.
Yeah, obviously the patch hasn't come out yet. That comes out in about a week, I believe, for some time. But we still have new recruits. We still have the ability to try and get them developed. The pressure comes over towards the top of admin. It is how it once was. If you're unaware, you know it's more of a defendable space at this point, but you can still start a classic approach across the pressure here towards the top of Spiral, forces that pinch onto the long desk, forces players out from the side of the vending machine as Blur is the first person dead in Korean League Stage 2, one of the EU imports.
Yeah, so what you see Talon do here is just take that slow control. They don't really need too much of the bottom floor the way that they're currently pushing, and taking out the long desk there is also removing quite an important part of the defense later on. Now, you do see Ryder pushing in, taking small amounts of damage as there is still a bit of a challenge going on inside of that soda machine area. This is the next strong point that they need to clear out. But as soon as they clear that, keep a barrier and the player right behind it, they have a free opportunity to just walk in.
Gotti is able to get another and all caught on the rotate and just perfect. Utility usage to clear there, the grenades to get the double back onto it. It's suddenly a 5 versus 2 PSG Talon. If I said Sloth might try and rock a little bit in the first round, PSG Talon has done exactly that themselves. Huge take. Dead pitch perfect, but yet Nende left, and one of them tracked and blinded. It's not going to last very long. There it is, a flawless opening. PSG Talon.
And this is kind of the Talon that we saw in Stage 1 as well, right? Like, maybe even upgraded to some extent. They took it very, well, methodically. That they took admin, they used those grenades, first of all, to clear out the long desk, make sure there's no one behind there. They were just sweeping the building from one side to another. dealing with the defenders that were trying to put up a fight. And, you know, they run into a hard point, such as the soda machine area. What do? A double grenade. One is surely going to be getting that player right behind it. And they still have so much utility afterwards. Like, they've spent half of it on clearing the first 3 people, and the tracks come in on the final one, flashbangs being tossed in, and it's just a clean cleanup to come through. So, a very good round from PSG Talon, instantly displaying, the professionalism behind it, and just how methodical they've become over the last year.
Falling down one floor, they're not going to double down, but they're not going to hit the basement yet. Instead, they're picking up on the site that is a lot of teams' tertiary point, but the way you hold this is actually very similar towards the top floor anyway. You lock yourselves down, you make sure you keep the verticality, because you can pretty much see 98% of the viable floor here from above. It kind of worries me, though, because PSG Talon was so good at clearing out those power positions before. It almost was just step-for-step practice. Roll the grenade down, roll another 2 around the corner, and they've got all of the positions locked out. Here, obviously, they have a little bit more time, a little bit more of an opening. Said admin, still viable as a first point. Player not too far away. Blur, that's sort of playing a loose role. Not the one he's most famous for, you'd say.
Just might be that little bit of extra, like, experience that he brings, of course, like a different kind of game sense than the other players of MIR might have, which could maybe allow him to do better in a role in this region that he usually wouldn't really play on, which, of course, was more of a support now on that roam. As the top floor is looking to be approached, now Sloth having an opportunity to go for a swing. The players that was out on a rappel, but as you just mentioned, they were so methodical before. They are just going to try and do the exact same thing once more. Shots are being exchanged, but no one has been damaged as of yet.
Well, they've been able to last longer than they did last time, but not always the biggest sort of clarion call of danger. There's still some pressure coming out over the top. Not an early fight. As of yet, it's just a baying for blood, a baying for time. As I said, it's a top floor fight, and you can see pretty much all of PSG Talon trying to clear their way across. They've got the control of the split. They're making sure that step by step, okay, admin's locked. We have that player on that single window to catch anyone that might get a bit loose, and the first goes into Sloth. This time round, Yas is removed. As they fall their way back in, I mean, it's good to get a body out of it, but with 2 minutes taken to clear this pocket of space, at some point, PSG Talon, you have to start thinking about the plan.
Yeah, Sloth and Blur, the 2 people trying to hold onto that top floor for as long as they possibly could, making it difficult, of course, with all those Kiba barriers to be tossed out. Falling all the way back to CEO now. There is a hatch they can use. Also, Ende has moved up to try and support, finds the kill onto Ryder. Is definitely setting them up well here. 40 seconds, still top floor under control, and a 2-man advantage. Make that 3, and a diffuser dropped up on the top floor, which means that it needs to be recovered now.
I mean, we went from a flawless, and we might be there in a second. Soldier, all that's left, has the side of a fight here, is being pushed back. They're hungry for the fight. They C4 Sloth. Oops. They don't get the flawless because of it. But wait,
sometimes you have to make a sacrifice.
How did that get Sloth?
I have no idea.
Because I think I saw it pop off in the room ahead from underneath.
Yeah.
I'm really curious where Sloth was.
Maybe through the wall or something? Like,
Maybe
he was on the other side of it. Not really sure, but we can basically count it as a flawless. But like,
yeah,
it wouldn't have been the kill from Soldier in that case. So it's a bit unfortunate, but we are headed back down towards the split side. And MIR instantly showing that, you know, ability to bounce back after receiving a flawless, basically putting one on their own. Talon trying to clear out that top floor, basically trying to do the exact same as what they did a round before, but this time it was only the 2 UK players up there for the majority of the round. Unable to really get through. As a result, they found themselves picked apart. Now, the danger about this split side is, of course, first of all, verticality, but it is also the fact that the defenders will have to choose where they will be truly putting themselves into, because if you go too heavy on the bottom floor, or in the basement in this case, it's of course going to go down into tellers, and if you go the other way around, well, it's a very easy entry from the garage to make, and just push yourselves all the way across towards the big server area, and there's a lot of hiding spaces there, especially with these hatches reinforced. So it's a tricky thing to balance on the defense. It's also still very hard to attack.
Doubling down with that scan intel here. The Solace on probably the basement floor, as we see, and then Pulse playing themselves around towards the top. You can just get that full read. And as soon as they try and make some motions, you've got the C4 that you can lead your way through. You've got the breakdown if they're trying to go for a sneaky plant. You keep that awareness. And you can still try and waste some time around the map itself. They have a little bit of a loose thread towards the top floor, and they don't want to get caught out. They want to try and make sure they can do exactly what they did in the previous round so well. Draw them in, and then pull your way past. Ooh, just takes drone. I thought they wanted the engagement there for a second, but it's a very risky one. With all the roofs outside.
Especially being so far removed, that could be a good C4, but I think he's hopped up on a desk.
Yeah.
Not going to find anything. He's going to be giving them some information out. Well, that's a PC utility gone. They're no longer going to be able to use if you do go down towards that plant stage. A lot of people out on the top floor still have 1 or 2 Talon members out on the windows trying to challenge. And MIR just basically roaming around a little bit. Guard together with Blur, looking to see if they can find someone somewhere. C4 didn't hit it. Don't think bullets will this time.
I mean, that's just a demonstration of Pulse on Consulate, really. Yeah. It's short roofs. It gives you 2 stories. There's Blur. And in the opener onto Misa, again, quite late now in the round. That first body is gone. That gives them a bit more space, a bit more pressure. It's a 5 versus 4 situation here. And they're still trying to find their way in. They haven't been given a clear route. And with admin control sort of partially under their pressure, they look like they're eyeing up to just, you know, shepherd the players off the back end. But without an engagement in their favor, which they finally get, guard goes down, they can't really start trying to muscle their way in.
This is the thing that confuses me, because we have a couple of players out on the top floor and the ground floor, but in the meantime, we're also opening up the, you know, the hatches towards the basement. As Blur will find Yas. Again, 1 found on the roam. Top floor now being retaken by Baguette, who is going to be finding himself in an engagement, but won't find anything out of it. Talon somehow flipped those numbers quite quickly here, and with 20 seconds left, it's exactly what they need, but the Pulse still being alive is quite a dangerous thing, because he knows exactly when this plant's going down and will find a kill with the C4.
I mean, there goes Gotti, there goes Sloth getting Ryder. It's leaving only Soldier, who's holding on with the kit, but Sloth has the cut. I mean, if there's 2 people left alive in that situation, the Solace and the Pulse.
Yeah.
As you're trying to plant on an entirely soft floor, it doesn't bode well, Hap.
No, it definitely doesn't. I was going to touch on that. It's like, okay, great, you've managed to get yourself Tellers under somewhat of control, but the Pulse is still alive. He's going to be able to read everything. Solace, in the meantime, was able to rotate back towards the server area as well. Like, there's no way that you're going to be able to get that plan down without at least one of those 2 noticing it and calling it out for the others. So, as soon as they decided to completely stick the Teller's plant, that round was basically already MIR's. So we've completed a rotation. It wasn't perfect on the side of MIR, but it definitely came out on top with 2 of these defensive rounds. Back towards the top floor now. This was super surgical from PSG Talon. But afterwards, they weren't able to put the method to use anymore. At least not to the same extent as they did in that first round. So let's see if they can repeat that, or if MIR has found themselves with an adaptation to stop them in their tracks.
Currently, MIR have doubled their success rate. The last time they were on Consulate, they're able to get 2 rounds. You're supposed to congratulate them there.
Oh, sorry, congratulations. I was going to say, it's a different roster, so it's good to see that it works in that instance.
We talk on the org, you know,
Yeah,
we sort of bring it all in, but I mean, it's growth. Now, they didn't have they had a better time against PSG Talon, where they got 3 rounds for the 7 that were against them, but with how they're performing, you're looking at Blur and Sloth both being able to get themselves on that entry engagement. That's that missing ingredient that might have been gone a bit before. That's that sort of shape of PSG's approach.
Just that disruptiveness. And we talked about it before. It was the weakness in stage 1. As soon as you disrupt the method of PSG Talon, they struggle a little bit more with the execute and have a bit of an issue trying to get back in. So, you know, Sloth already is a very disruptive player of himself. Blur we know more as a support, but definitely getting into it now as well and seemingly having fun so far. My question here is, have they realized what is most likely going to happen? Because the flashbangs and everything are going out. The Akiba barrier they're used to block off the window just temporarily, but it seems like they want to go for a quick plant. And Soldier is in and trying to go for it.
Well, Goddy's able to get one on the back end of it. They can't quite get through the Keepers, but it doesn't matter because they've got through every single player, and that's 7 seconds of plant, smash, and grab. Well, they know how to play this top floor. That's for damn sure. At this point, Sloth is trying to pick up the pieces with a Boss G. It's a dangerous gun at the minute, but this isn't really the situation you want it in. It gets a kill, wants to go for the jump out. It's a bit too dangerous. It's a 4 versus 2. By the time you get upstairs, you probably only have about 10 seconds left to hold F on that kit. Really, probably already done. You just have to hold these power positions, swing around and put the pressure when they hear the engagement. 3 players out on this window, and at least 1 kill on the inside, but they're all out of time. And, well, we find ourselves tied back up.
Yeah, pretty good round coming in there from Talon, and this is the attack that I discussed in the first round. Like, it's one of the 2 most seen attacks that we have on that site, and it's basically because you barely need any control. Like, what you need is someone to hold down piano below, so there's no one using a C4. You have a person out on the connector window, maybe someone out on the skylight or yellow stairs area, and then you just throw a bunch of utility down that window, make sure that they cannot move without being seen. You have the opportunity to go for the plant there. Basically, the only real counter there is for that specific attack is smoke, which has been banned. So, you know, at that point, you're really relying on just your nitro cells out there. And those players weren't in a position to actually get them out there. So MIR was a little bit late on that read about what was happening, wasn't able to quite get the rotations in. As a result, Talon able to get that plant down. But, you know, as the top floor they've won twice now, it's these other floors where they were struggling immensely against MIR. So let's see if they can make a change. And one of the changes I see is the Monty being brought by Soldier. That might be exactly what they need in trying to flush out that top floor because, you know, they struggle with those Kiba bears. They struggle with those angles. Just put the shield in front of it now. You might find yourselves with a quicker way to clear out the top floor.
It's the familiarity, really. It's sort of rearing its head. You're used to attacking the top floor. You're probably used to following it up with the basement and the garage as well. They've avoided the garage for that reason. They're pushing PSG Talon to these offsites, the ones that they might have had less, and sort of hoping, look, we've got this big roster change. You've got a roster that's developing itself as this sort of lock-in and lockdown performance. Let's keep things fresh and interesting. Monty, as you said, is that lockdown performance. It gives you that moving front wall. It was joked about as the ban at the very beginning because it was so consistently picked and played last split, especially on Consulate. We saw 3 shield loadouts last time on Consulate. And
Thanks
now
to D+.
getting... yeah, thank you, D+. And now getting the first sort of taste of a Monty is maybe we'll see exactly why. It wasn't always PSG Talon's bag, but well, it's not going to be this time either. Soldier's gone. There's Blur getting Misa as well. Once again, this early strike is coming through for MIR Gaming.
And it's the Monty instantly taken care of as well. So, you know, you brought that Montaigne because you wanted to have an easier time clearing things. And, oh, he's the first one off the board at that point. And that kind of just puts the entire strategy at risk here. And sure, you still have some other piece of utility. You have a little bit of information coming out from the Bees, but you still need to go down the floor. You still need to try and challenge these players up on the top floor, because otherwise you're not going to be able to get the plant down. And that's just going to make things a whole lot more difficult here for Talon. And, you know, still a minute 30 left. Gotti will find himself with a strike to go for. There's a lot of opportunity still there with the Demos to try and hunt some players down, but look at that. Sloth also on the hunt will get its 7th kill of the game so far. Instantly rotating back all the way to the basement. Doesn't want to stick up there.
He's having a great time, isn't he? And you can sort of see the impact here. Sloth and Blur, both of them, 2 sort of best KD players in the server right now. They're having an absolute time of it. And obviously when you're on defense on a map like this, you look at the roles that they're playing. Yeah, they're moving around. They're manipulating the space. They're being problematic. It's harder to do on attack. But at the same time, whilst it's working on defense in your first half, it gives you all of that courage to bring that in. Talking of courage, just a free bite onto one. Can't get the second, but it's traded by Sloth above. I mean, what a difference some
Slotfish
transfers in a season can make.
Slotfish is really running around the map because you saw him hunt down a person on the yellow stairs, went all the way down towards the basement, and then half a minute later he just pops up again on that top floor using the opposite staircase there for that final kill. So he really needs to be shut down by PSG Talon, because if they just let him roam around like that, same for Blur, who's also been able to get quite a lot of kills on the roam. Again, it's disruptive, and that's what is hurting PSG Talon. They are great when they're allowed to play their game. As soon as someone is there to just, you know, put that spanner in the works, to just be like suddenly popping up in positions that they thought they've cleared, that's when it all starts falling apart a little bit. So, if anything, it's a great lesson for Talon, you know, that this game style still hurts them, and they need to find a way to deal with it.
MIR Gaming. They've set themselves up here. They've been able to pull themselves, again, one round ahead. It's going to be trickier on the second half of this game. There's no two ways about it. The defense on Consulate is a good place. As I said, the thing that's being a bit sharp for PSG Talon is their ability at the repetition, is their knowledge of, you know, sort of the fundamentals of the game, how much that has grown on the international scene. MIR Gaming, they're doing that gameplay that shakes that, which is being a bit wild, being a bit loose, being a bit dangerous, and allowing Sloth and Blur especially to sort of thrive amongst it. As I said, the comparison earlier with Guard being that sort of star player, he's dropped off here, but because he hasn't had to be. The rest of the roster is stepping into the wake.
So, Talon, you are looking to make this an equal scoring. Last time they were able to get some parts of that top floor, it's just whenever they started to go for that first floor is when they started, you know, being ripped apart. Because of the amount of information that was out there on the side of MIR. Now, they don't have the Pulse this time, but they do still have the Solace. And as a response, we do see Yas bring the Jackal, so that's going to be a bit of counterintelligence to come through, trying to scan some of these players out and try and force them back towards, well, the bomb site itself. And Guard getting into multiple gunfights there, basically forced back by 50 HP, but the C4 comes in and finds a trade instead.
Onto the Deimos, I'm not sure. I don't think he was actively tracking at that point, but if he was, it might have been on Guard, who was just on guard from, as you said, the 7 different sort of directions, and being able to, amongst the chaos, potentially call out C4 positioning. And that entry statistic is one that has fallen away. And, you know, it's so far, the entry is 100% lined up with round success, with round win. At this point, they've got to see if they can try and get this leveled off, get this pulled back. A minute, and with missed connections, only centimeters away from each other.
There is some control in the hands of Talon, but it isn't really control they can really do anything with. It's all adjacent to the actual site, not actually the site itself. Yeah, Yas does go down by, I believe that was a quick burst to come through. Should be to confirm as well from Blur to come in. Grenades are being tossed in now as the side is being pressured, but Sloth still on the back side there trying to skirmish them off.
I mean, they've still got the ground underneath, so it's not safe to go for the plant at this point. They're trying to force their way down from the top. They've secured that territory, but as we've seen before, Sloth is more than happy to be mobile, to be agile, to be dangerous when he needs to be. It's a 4 versus 3. One of them is going to have to put their head down, turning it into a 4 versus 2. You've got to trust the cover, and you've got to try and get one engagement before you go for that execute. With 20 seconds left, that time is getting thinner and thinner and thinner. Another force of play, another bit of pressure as they swing their way in. They're going for the plant. They pull themselves back off because they know it's too dangerous. Pick back up, 10 seconds, and they do win out the engagement with the cover. They have the idea of the plant. They're going for the spray, but it's watched from the bottom of the stairs. PSG Talon somehow hold it together, but now with only Gotti left, I said I wanted to see what he could do here. It's the perfect time to prove it. Guard, the star player from before, and Blur, the hammer lifter, up against him in a post-plant situation. They're trying to dig their way in. He gets the down onto one. He's able to get himself swung around for the second, and he pulls it off. Gotti, my God!
Did what he needed to do there. The plant was down. It was a stressful situation as it was being pushed from 2 different sides at the same time. But he manages to stay calm, keep on top of it, dig himself in, rather than go aggressive at that point, because he knew they had to come towards him. And that means that they equal up this first half, 3-3. And whilst MIR still had a lot of control, the big difference maker here was the actual pressure that was coming down towards the basement at exactly the right time, allowing that diffuser to go down. But now we head towards the swap of sides. It'll be Talon out on the defense. And we always say that attack is harder for a newly formed team because you still need to work on the chemistry between yourselves. So this is a true testing ground for MIR.
Can MIR get themselves off to a good start here? The first site we see is the basement. As I've sort of said and alluded to a couple of times, this is the game that PSG Talon does so well, and now they can set that pace. They can sort of play, look, you're playing into our territory, you're playing into our game plan, let's see you try and shake it when we have all the time in the world to get our setup together. Gotta be a bit of a quick strike. They've obviously got Sloth, chance of getting to the top floor, going for that clarity, going for the lockdown. Almost immediately. What are you going to be able to grab? A bandit trick isn't the goal, but the camera. A very nice steal, and there's one. Sloth, as I said, he can get himself up. He's able to get Mees and knocked right back down.
He basically entered the building in the first 10 seconds, and you know, when you see the Amaru and you're playing a basement site, you already know that the first thing they're going to do is just go to that top floor, make sure the top down clear is starting to come through. Baguette also helping out with this, so it's going to be a 2 versus X situation to come through. I believe no one currently on the rest of PSG Talon is trying to contest that top floor, so they can basically gain that under any second, but Ryder strikes back. I believe that was actually on the Visa staircase there, maybe was being descended by Baguette as he was being shut down. And you see it happening on the yellow stairs as well. They're trying to stop these rotations that MIR could use on coming towards the next site, basically, towards the first floor. It's going to be a 2-4 angle, by the way, from Guard. He's setting up for that as he's waiting in CEO. So it's going to be opening piano, then opening up, well, towards piano, and then towards the garage. I think he's going to try and hold it if they do manage to get the plan down, but losing Baguette might change that plan slightly, having to need another person in there.
Well, losing the Brava might change it even more. Obviously, we've seen a bit of crime done before, but a 4 versus 3.
Oh, another one down.
Maybe 2. As Sloth gets caught by the side of a C4, they don't want to entirely throw themselves towards the pick back up, because they could be using this as bait. He's on soft floor. They know that they're at least sort of around it and below it, and you've got to pass some of it. Picked back up, a minute on. At this point, where is the pressure and what is going to be done? Were they able to get the wall open itself? Here's some attempts towards the bandit batteries. There it is. Still an awkward approach.
Hey, you want to do this with a man advantage instead of disadvantage here. You already saw, like, they were really setting up to go for this plans right in the actual opening of the garage door, but Artis had to push himself down. It's now going to be playing around a piano to open up as well, to create some extra vertical pressure. Might allow themselves a second or, well, two to sneak in and maybe get the plant in from behind the bomb chassis on D. You know, luckily Guard is playing around with a skeleton key, so as soon as the bomb is down, he can basically open up verticality from anywhere to get the angle out there. It's definitely not looking strong here for the side of MIR.
I mean, at this point, it just has to be played patiently by PSG Talon. They can wait for the audio. They can try and close themselves in. They're trying to push themselves back up. In fact, it's a clever move. Retake the vertical. Yas gets one on the back end. Sloth is gone. They just try and force themselves through Banshees. They get about as far as you would expect. PSG Talon locked it down. And, you know, you sort of look at that operator selection. It ties in with everything I've been complimenting them on and saying. The Melusi, the castle, the bandit tricking on the wall. They want this game to be long. They want this game to be awkward on an approach. They want problem after problem after problem for MIR Gaming to hit. Sure, zip into the top floor and get a kill on our loose player, but that is not the big problem that we're putting in front of you, MIR Gaming.
Yeah, taking that top floor was only part of it. Like, you know, okay, great, you have that control, but that's not really what you need. It's all about slowing it down.
Yep, Melusi, Castle, they've got the Kiba barricades. They're nerfed, but it's still pretty irritating. Still pretty strong. The mute to deny the intel. The way they're approaching their holds, so different to MIR Gaming's.
I believe the castle has gone up towards the top floor. At least I would assume that they will be, you know, fortifying the area as well, because we know how strong verticality can be on this side, particularly. We've seen PSG Talon, for example, try and just go for a plant on that site without taking control of that top floor, and it just never really went well. So they're going to be trying to hold that themselves. Plenty of utility to open up the floor. Plenty of information with the Pulse as well that they can really use. And, you know, we've seen it in one of the earlier rounds. Pulse can just basically see all 3 floors from the basement to give you an exact reading on where the push is going to be coming from. So combine that together nicely with the castle, still having the super shorty to open up extra angles when necessary.
Where will this first engagement find itself locked in? As I said, it was an 100% statistic until I said it, and now, twice in a row, it's gone away from MIR Gaming. PSG Talon, for the first time since the very beginning, got themselves, once again, 1 round ahead. Can they try and do what they haven't done, which is put a bit of distance between them and their opponents? They open it by getting Baguette under the door, I think that might have been.
Yeah, I think it was as well. But it's a great pickup. Instantly taking down the Ash. It's a big part of actually dealing with these castle barricades. You have 2 of those breaching rounds. And, you know, besides that, I do not see a Gone 6. I just see grenades, but both have been expanded from the side of guard. So 2 left in the side of Sloth. The rest you're just going to have to punch through if you want to get in.
Or use... I mean, if you can get in close to put down one of those breaching rounds, maybe that. Oh, not breaching round, even. Whatever Ende has. Hit his gadget, his pocket
charge.
utility, anything. One of them is gone. At this point, with the pressure in the fight, trying to find its way over the top. Getting steady points of destruction, but not enough to force any of these players out of their position. They're still happy to sit and wait and let this batter against you. Compare it with the approach that was done before, and at this point you had all of PSG Talon trying to force their way through together as a team. You've got Sloth acting a little bit loose. Does he know how close Yas is? Obviously not, as Yas comes around the corner and picks up an easy kill.
I just had to be patient there until he heard the sound and was almost instantly certain that he wasn't being watched. Guard still around on that top floor, still wants to take verticality. Again, it's important to have. As long as you don't have verticality, that punch is not going to go down. He misses both shots there with the DMR. Second attempt will land him Gotti though, but there is still another person upstairs, so they might think it's clear. Not really the case.
20 seconds, still working on getting these angles, a 3 versus 3, but as I said, as soon as you go for the plant, that's when things get dangerous, and they still have players underneath too, the Pulse with a C4, ready to rip and read on everything that gets done. They drop themselves 1 further level. They know they've got to take the fight, and they can't quite win it out. Yas gets the back end of 1. They're sat there waiting. There's 5 seconds, Blur. Pressure is on you. PSG Talon knew it. Right idea, but just couldn't get the kill on the end of it.
Yeah, just it was a good push towards that Pulse because that was the main information feed, but as soon as you drop, you're still leaving your team down in like a 2v1, you know, when the plant has to go down at that point. So they really missed the extra body there to provide cover for the plant to come through whilst they were hunting down that Pulse. Just putting that difference in for PSG Talon now. 2 rounds ahead as they're headed towards the split side. Not giving them an opportunity to attack that top floor whatsoever, at least so far. Might still go for an all 4 as if they win this one, just to show that they can win on any sides here in Consulate. But for now, it is going to be the split side. And I'm interested to see how MIR is going to be taking this, because Talon was, even though they've won it once, they were struggling a little bit with attacking this side. So maybe MIR has a different idea on how to approach this.
I think at this point, you know, obviously if they don't and they lose it, they're on map point. I think the game is probably at that point close to over. But at the same time, even just from those 2 sites that we saw, we still need to have that moment of growth from gaming. If anything, I think that would have been the perfect time to have the TAC timeout, to have that conversation and sort of go, look, this is where we need to lock things down. Yeah, it gives it to your opponents, but being able to confidently sort of get this, being able to lock it in, the main thing is breaking the momentum here. PSG Talon, that has just grown and grown and grown. They weren't a million miles away previously, but 5-3. There's still a chance of bringing this close to a single round, the distance it's been pretty much consistently.
just needing to find the information. Bit of back and forth with the drone. Eventually, he was going to die there. Not really any control as of yet for MIR, but they're looking to take the top floor first. Of course, it's a logical step, especially if you want to go for a horizontal approach. Take that first floor rather than the basement. There's actually quite a lot of ground here that Blur can actually play with. Be using his heart breach gadget to open up towards the A site, instantly pulling himself back out because he doesn't quite know exactly where all these roamers are and doesn't want to be shot in the back and wait too long. And as such, MIR have an opening into the site, but they need more than that, and they still need to get some control. And only now they're starting to open up the floorboards above the Visa area, but nobody really there as of yet to try and challenge. The Sloth will be the next one, and probably the first one to get himself into an engagement.
He's all, he's begging for it, really. The fact he's been able to get himself this close, that there's a bit of that wiggle room and width here that's been opened up, but we've seen PSG Talon step themselves back in. He has some support. They seem like they might just want to try and drop in, but they don't fully trust the empty space. And you can't. You never really are entirely in the clear, especially as we see with Soldier getting the read on. He'll just be feeding that in. Misa finds Blur, and at the same time, the C4 finds nobody. Because the audio call was able to move away from it. It gives Sloth an angle to try and play with, but again, this is brilliant sort of arm's length play PSG Talon's doing. They're giving them just enough to keep them scared, but not enough to get them anything.
Skill to fall on the side of MIR, but yes, instantly fighting back, finding Sloth. The person has been looming around the site for a long time, and they're just holding off both the entrances now. Somehow they need to find an entry here, MIR, but it doesn't seem like they'll get one unless that would have gone the other way around, but PSG find yet another.
I mean, at this point here, 10 seconds, 3 versus 2. They're trying to just muscle their way in, but they can't even get the single grasp of a lifeline here. PSG Talon, they have just locked it down on their consulate defense, and I mean, it's been an exceptional return to form here. 6-3. They find themselves rotating potentially onto all 4, potentially back round to the start, but either way, you can't see this at this point going any way other than PSG Talons.
We see attack timeout to come in from the side of MIR. Of course, they are now a match point. Well, 3 behind. Of course, if you manage to get towards 6 points yourself, at least you're going to be able to get a point out of this game. And a point against PSG Talon, that's a point not a lot of teams are most likely going to be getting on their tally. So you want to do everything you can to get to that situation. And where Sloth, he was really doing well. It was 7-on-1 or 7-on-2 at some point. Not really being able to get the same amount of kills anymore. Whereas if you look at PSG Talon, you know what I said before during the pre-show? Like, all of them were pretty much equal. They still are. 7-5, 7-7. Like, everybody's just doing their thing. Everybody's just pulling their weight. And that's what's so strong about that team.
At this point, PSG Talon, they've got themselves set up. Obviously, if this falls away, then they have the chance of doubling down or bringing it back in. This site was the furthest away from anything we've seen here, and the change on the side of MIR is maybe try and get themselves a little bit closer towards the punch and the point. Sloth, not currently on the I'm going to go to the top floor and try and kill people, even with the quick success it lent with. They've got the IQ. They can maybe try and play against the bandit batteries and the charges from all the way towards the top if the read works. They're just hoping to maybe focus on that wall, that second story a little bit more, the ram as well, rather than the buck. Dedication to just freeing things up, moving away, make things awkward without you having to take firefights to happen, I think is a good change.
I mean, what happened here the last time is they were pretty much set up to go for that specific push, open up the wall, try and get the plant in, have the buck from 2 floors up to try and provide some cover. But then players started falling, and they didn't really have the opportunity to reply as they were too far removed from one another. So they have to bring this in a little bit closer. They have to play this a bit more together if they want to succeed. And you kind of saw them struggle in that last round as well. Like, they were getting the basic stuff done, but as soon as they were reaching the sides, when things started to get difficult. That's when they actually started to fight back on the side of PSG Talon and were able to win out those gunfights. So MIR, they need to make sure that if they can isolate anybody, we'll isolate them. And from there on, see if they can then work together towards reaching that site.
They've been able to get themselves a bit loose. Sorry, I had a bit of a stutter there on my feet. I'm back. Want to just try and burst their way back through. It's Misa that does it. Baguette is gone, and they have had a very rough time on this second half. They were able to get themselves a couple of the entry statistics in their favor, but fortunately for them, since then, they sort of dropped off the face of the earth. There's almost a bit of revenge on towards Misa, but it's happy to sort of keep playing that space, and it just puts more of that caution in. It puts more of that worry in.
We're on the hunt. It's going to be seen, so it has to be careful, especially above this like soft flooring. Because as long as that tractor is active, he's also broadcasting his own position. So you don't want to have like a rogue defender coming up with a C4 and then killing you that way when you're hunting people down, especially when you still have 2 of those death marks left. But a minute 10. And still a lot of prep that needs to be done. The wall still needs to be opened up. I think Blur's going to try doing that, trying to find a way to kill those bandit batteries. Now, there you go. The Selmas are going to be popped up. And they waiting there until he has the opportunity to move. But look at that, Misa on the flank is retaken, or at least is retaking that top floor. And if he somehow manages to find a drop onto guard, then suddenly that cover is just gone.
40 seconds are all that's between PSG Talon and a victory here. Crack starts to come through. Ryder finds Blur. Gets the lockdown, the revenge. The Deimos works both ways, and they just sort of fed that brilliantly towards their team itself. 20 seconds, a 5 versus 3. Even with how good he's been before, Both cannot quite hit the balance. They get the down onto 1, get the finish. They've still got, again, these Melusi Banshees. They've still got castles, bulletproofs and everything. At this point, it would take more than a Hail Mary. It would take an entirely different game. They've gone for the send, and they can't quite find it. PSG Talon, I mean, they opened up as we expected, but I think MIR showed a little bit more than we've had from them before.
Yeah, MIR definitely showed some promise out there, especially as soon as Sloth and Blur were allowed to play their game. Did we say so?
Blur in the top right isn't part of PSG Talon.
No, he's not. Yeah, that's the first victory for PSG Talon on the board. MIR, they have shown that they have a better opportunity to fight, but they also said it is a longer-term process. They need to bring that different kind of style of siege towards the board before they're really going to be the top dogs.
I mean, it's just been an outstanding sort of performance, but we'll go to a quick break before we break it down further.
Inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find the round back into their favor.
Holding up for the plunder.
And I think he might just find it.
Tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back? Can you run that back? I'm trying to play that back. I want that. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up, I'm a pilot. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
And welcome back to the Korea League. I'm Anne, joined by Fluke and Hap, and we just had the pleasure of watching the very first game in Korea League in Stage 2. It's very good to be back, and Talon obviously really enjoyed being back too, as we could see a 7-3 for them against MIR Gaming. Starting off with Talon on their own attacks, bringing in some direct attacks, Hap, and they worked very well for them.
Well, yes, I mean, it was a bit mixed because that first round was like super clean, like there was basically nothing that went wrong out there. Then, you know, round 2 and 3, you're like, where did that go? Like, doesn't seem to be working. They were, you know, looking around for the answers a little bit. Then the 4th round was again super clean. The 5th they managed to get a little bit closer, and the 6th was a huge clutch that managed to come through out there. I think it was a 1v3.
Yeah, it's that sort of strange thing about this game, right? Because I think, and regardless of how you contextualize it, MIR played much better than they used to. There are massive changes, although there's been whole roster swaps later on in the league. The thing about this is it's a language swap. It's an entire hierarchy swap. The coaches are working in English now. It's a growth from MIR. However, if you swap the starting sides, are we on the wrong side of a 6-7 to 1? is that a possibility? Is the fact that they were able to lead on their defense is something that makes this look better? It's something that will only really get answered, unfortunately, next playday tomorrow from the side of MIR, of just where the growth is locked in properly or not.
That's true. I mean, it was a 3-3 for them after their defensive half. We saw them get a lot of great use of the cameras, rounds with many bulletproofs. But then I heard you two mention as well, once they got on their attacks, this is that real testing ground for a new team, for a new roster. That's why you have to be making those decisions, be active, and I think that was an issue for MIR, specifically, and maybe the time on their attacks as well. It really came down to a few rounds, but there wasn't a lot of time left on the clock, and then MIR hadn't made it to the side yet.
Yeah, I think that's the sort of challenge, right? Sloth and Blur, you look at how they were playing on defense, it was very loose, they were moving around the whole map, they were causing problems. Works great, but that's such a trickier thing to bring towards what needs to be the structure of an attack against a heavily structured team that plays that game super well, like PSG Talon did. PSG Talon at the same time, you know, that they sort of stepped it back in. They had a lot of quiet starts. Yes, I think he only really got it 1 kill over the first 4 or 5 rounds, and then they start to bring themselves over towards the other half. It was just sort of growth from PSG Talon there.
And I mentioned it as well, like as you just said, Andy, attack is where you truly like see the capabilities of a team, because not only do you need to have to be able to make those calls on the fly, but everybody also needs to be like really tuned in to each other and to the plan, and reactive to what's happening, and just be a bit more creative than you have to be on the defense itself. So I agree with Emmy. If this was the other way around, it could have been a 7-1 potentially to come through, because they just weren't really able to get any way closer on their attacks at all. Like they reached the side, but they weren't able to actually get a plan down or an attempt for it.
It was difficult for MIR, but one player on the side of PSG Talon that was definitely tuned in was Scotty. I mean, this is why he was on this roster. This is why he was called up to this roster. As you mentioned, that huge 1v2 in round 6 to bring it back to a 3-3 after their attacking half. Very important. Of course, a nice KD of 8 and 5 as well. Getting active on the entry, it's all we want to see from him, Emmy.
I mean, as I said at the beginning, I wanted to see what was so special, what was seen, and what a perfect example, right? A game that's technically going away from the team, the round where you could sort of bring things level at the turn of the half, and he pulls off a 1 versus 3 clutch against, you know, the ex-MVP player of the roster, and against one of the SI champions. There's only a handful of those around the world, and he's just been able to pull off a 1 versus 3 clutch against them. It's a great introduction.
I was going to say, like, if you've been spending so much time on the bench over the last like couple years, and you managed to get an opportunity now to play for what considered to be the top team in Korea at this point, and you instantly show up as the day MVP, like, that's just showing that you are indeed the player that, you know, you always knew you were, and that Fabian also saw, of course, inside of Gotti. So very happy for him.
Very happy for this player to get that call in for this team, and that concludes our very first game for today. Our next game will be Blossom versus Orgless, and I reckon everyone should get their notebooks out because there have been a lot of player changes on both these two teams, but we'll get into that more after a quick break. back to Korea League for Game 2 of the day. Blossom versus Orgless, as we already said, and I told you to get your notebooks out. You might need them. There are a lot of player changes when it comes to these two teams. Understandable, because neither of these teams really having the stage 1 that they wanted. So they felt that there was a need to make some changes to the lineups for these two teams. And we'll start talking about Blossom first. Team coming in here. They made a lot of changes, as we already said. 4 players of this team changing out, a new coach going on as well. There's a lot happening to this team, Emmy.
Yeah, I mean, just look at that, right? It's crazy. You don't even think that this many roster changes can happen. I believe it's because it was something about like academy teams. I don't know the ruling, but obviously whoever does has allowed it, so it's got to be real. It's an entirely different team of entirely different people. A lot of them haven't played in the tier 1 scene before. I just don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, it's a lot of changes to be made, and then basically that means that whatever we had on stage 1 in terms of like our notes from like last season, yeah, that's all gone. It's like there's nothing that can still be used here. Different coach, different players. Only Crown remains. Like he might have just been added to like a completely different team himself, and we would have been able to go for that. So it's tough to call where they'll end up.
You know what? He's even changed his name a little bit on this official lineup sheet as well, so it's almost completely new for Blossom. And you know what? I kind of like that. Like you said, you know, all these teams that are playing against Blossom, they have to scrub all their notes. It's a full-on fresh start for this team. A lot of new players, of course, coming in as well from that tier 2 league as well. The main worry I guess I have with that is, once again, that we are seeing 6 players on that official sheet. Again, a 6-man roster, Emmy. Consistency, how is that going to be for this team?
It has never worked. Listen, I understand the dream. I understand the vision. It just doesn't work. You need to lock in. You need to practice fundamentals. Fundamentals can only be properly practiced. You know, there's not a big enough difference between one team and another team to go, we've got to bring out our attack line and our defense line. This isn't the NFL. This is 5 versus 5. I wish you all the best. I hope someone breaks the mold, but I don't believe it's going to happen.
I mean, we've seen a lot of like the start of Siege, right, where it was happening. We've seen it like last stage in EUL with Ends, but they didn't really have like the biggest of successes with it either. I know it used to be a thing in like other esport titles, but they're also shifting away from it. So like basically everywhere where 6-man lineups for a 5-man game or a thing, it's slowly being shifted out. But you know, it might just be that they're preparing for next year. They're trying to just find out which players are the right fit for each other, who has a better chemistry with who, and see if they can build from that point on forward. So when they do reach the next stage, you know, last chance qualifiers, for example, they do have the main 5 they want to play with.
True. Now, if you've had a good look at the players that were leaving from Blossom, you'll see when we're looking at Orgless that one of the players that left Blossom will now be joining Orgless. We're talking about Hero, formerly played for Blossom. You see it in the bottom as well. Now joining Orgless here. And once again, a lot of changes for this team as well. Vamos being technically the only player left standing, and then Janae, their analyst, well, as we called their super sub last stage as well, finally helped getting that promotion to the main lineup.
Yeah, I think you see more familiarity here. You've obviously got a bit of a change. A lot of them left and came back as well. They have, as you said, Janae was a sort of sub that sort of came in to replace Crazy Boy in a couple of games. They lost Rumatic, who was that potential star player from their roster, and they're going to see if they can try and piece things together. But you have more T1 experience on this team, and I think for me that might be the difference. Even though, as I said before, you know, they've struggled in these situations. They weren't able to get anything properly off the ground previously, and we'll see.
Yeah, hopefully that experience will help them, of course. Slightly less changes made as well, so chemistry might just be a little bit better out here. You know, they might not have the full support that Blossom has from an organization right behind them, and that could also be a huge deal.
True. That is definitely something to keep in mind. You mentioned, of course, more tier 1 presence on the side of Blossom. On Orgless, we have 2 players, of course, making their debut as well. Sajam and Munu now in that tier 1 league for themselves. You mentioned Crazy Boy as well. He's now becoming the coach of this team, so a lot of shuffling is happening on this specific roster. We're looking at a head-to-head, and our head-to-head for this game is a bit of a funky one. We decided to pick the sole remainders of the 2 rosters. We briefly touched upon Vamos being the only official player left on the side of Orgless, and Crown on the side of Blossom. And these are these 2 players against each other in a head-to-head.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at what is familiar, but it's a world where everything is crazy, right? Hero technically was the best player from Blossom. He's now on the opposing team. Crown was the second best. It might still be able to have a bit of a difference there. At the same time, Vamos was technically the worst of the players that played in every single game. Crazy Boy obviously played a couple. He's statistically lower. It's not that we're comparing these because they're the best, but we're comparing these because, as you said, they are all that's really left of the old system.
Yeah, and that does show that there is lots of room for improvement, you know, especially if Crown was the second best on 77 rated, means there's still a lot of ground to be made towards that 100. And of course, they ended up in 5th and 6th place in the league, respectively. They'll be looking to find a higher placing as well, of course. Talking about the roster sheets, no longer the same players, or, well, for one of the cases, same orgs, but just still where they landed beforehand. So there is definitely room for improvement out here for both these teams. Definitely.
We also need to know what map we'll be playing on, and I keep my fingers crossed for a potential lair showing up, maybe. Oh,
no.
That just was a straight up no, a very clear sign. We are not going to be going to lair for this one. Unfortunate. The last 2 times these 2 organizations, I guess we could say, played against each other was a 7-8. A very close game. I guess we could also scrap that completely, considering these 2 lineups are completely different. No chance for a back-to-back console either. We'll be heading down towards Clubhouse. Orgless will be starting out on the defense hap. How do you feel about that?
Well, it's a shame that they're completely new lineups, because the last time they played Clubhouse was a 7-0 for the Orgless side of things. They had 6 rounds in a row on defense. So usually I would say, yeah, no, should be a piece of cake, but completely new lineups, it's hard to tell. Again, defense is usually the easier place to start off on. However, everybody knows Clubhouse, so everybody should be able to attack Clubhouse as well. So it's a 50-50 for me.
I think it's why they're at Club. Is, the 2 maps you go to, if you don't know everything or you don't know much, is Clubhouse or it was Oregon. Oregon's gone. They're just going to end up on Clubhouse. And it's just where they're going to be, really. Labs as well, being that close to the end, is that other one that's sort of moving into that space. But I think it will be a messy standard match, as weird as that is to say.
Ooh. A messy match on a map like Clubhouse. That's not maybe something we're always used to seeing on a Clubhouse being a very stable map in this, map pool as we're seeing it so far. Of course, for both these 2 teams, the opportunity to get a better start of their stage than they did last time around, because we saw, we mentioned it, both these teams not really having the stage that they wanted to have here. Now, when we're talking about these roster changes, and we specifically talked about the newer players coming in, Fluke, how much of a thing will nerves be, do you think?
I don't know. I think this being each team's first matchup is almost a blessing. I think if you're going up against a team that's more sort of developed, or a team that is more structured to it in terms of just roster changes, you'd probably be a lot more scared because it feels like you're against the grain. This is, not without saying it's going to be ranked play, this is like you've queued into a ranked game and you're against an unknown factor, right? At that point, the world is your oyster and you can just go for it. You can send your play, you can feel a bit confident because you're not really against a terrifying entity. You don't know what you're up against, so there's nothing to be scared of.
Well, just to compare that to Europe, for example, Wild has a team with 3 rookies on it, if I'm correct. They actually played against BDS in the first matchup, and they came down to 8-7. So, they have nothing to lose. And of course, you know, we might be talking about like different calibers or of like players because they played a lot of like tier 2 for a long time and like all those bunch of tournaments around. But at the same time, you're rookies. Nobody's expecting you to instantly hit the ground running and you know, come out as the top team instantly. So maybe that even alleviates some of that pressure.
100%. Confidence is key in that regards, especially going up against difficult teams. I liked how you said as well, I mean, this is probably the most ideal matchup for these two teams coming in here. A team that was around their position as well in regards of that group stage. I think Blossom last stage probably had the better cards because they eventually made it to the LCQ as well. Losing out to MIR, no major for them. Of course, they'd have higher hopes probably coming into this one here, specifically with those major roster and lineup changes that we're seeing here. Once again, we're seeing, of course, that loss against BSG here in that early part of the stage, and the LCQ actually beating PSG 2, like you mentioned, 2-Hub, a better result for Blossom there. Now we're looking to see what's going to happen into this one here, and the thing that I'm very curious about is which of these two teams is able to convert that off-season and the roster changes into a good start of the season, Emmy, and into their first ever win. You predicted, if I'm correct, you predicted Orgless to come out victorious, right?
I did. I think that, you know, it's hard to go for a team where you don't really know. Whereas we know at least some of the players, we know the standards. There's some big moments that have happened. As I said, the ex-best player from one of the rosters is now onto the Orgless time. And you're sort of looking at maybe they can try and piece things together because of that. Maybe they're a bit more used to tier 1. It's hard. It's hard to gauge, but I think I'm confident, which is an oxymoron.
I think
I'm confident.
I don't know. This is one of the hardest ones to call for me. I thought the MIR PSG Talon game was hard because, you know, MIR was a relatively unproven kind of concept. They brought in a bunch of big like investments, and you know, we didn't know how it was going to play out. This is uncertainty because there are two completely new lineups that are showing up against one another. So how is that going to end up? I don't know. And it's Clubhouse, out of all places as well, which is also like one of those maps that is always a 50-50, no matter if you're like the #1 team in Europe versus like the #8 team in Korea. Like it could still be in anyone's ball game at that point. So it is truly a coin flip.
All right, it seems that our players need a little bit more time to get ready into the lobby. But we're talking about, you know, these two teams being completely different. I think during EUL, we had this too, right? Teams scrimming against each other, but not really being able to scrim against the full eventual lineup. That makes it so difficult to prepare. Could that be a reason why maybe you went to a map like Clubhouse Hub to at least have one common ground? Because it's a map all these teams know so very well.
It might be. I mean, we've seen a lot of like teams relying truly on like Clubhouse, especially in Korea, on the last stage. I think that in the closed league, it was played the most out of anything. Check in 6 times to get Oregon 6 times. So they're truly just a big fan of playing these basic, well, almost signature maps to some extent. Because like even if you've watched Siege, you know, 2 or 3 times in your lifetime, you are most likely having watched a competitive Clubhouse game. Like that's just how much it gets played. So it might just indeed be it's a coin. Let's just one ground where everybody knows how to play, and then we truly have a feel of who has the best fundamentals.
Agreed. It's club. It's basic. It's Siege.
That's all you need to know basically about going into this map. We mentioned one player having some issues with their PC. They're trying the good old heavy try turning it off and on again as we speak. So we'll be heading to a very quick break, and I'll be back with the second map of the day.
Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up, I'm a pilot. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
Hello everyone and welcome back. Thank you for bearing with us during that technical pause. We apologize, but hey, we're doing a show pretty much across the entire globe. These things happen. Haven't missed a lick of Siege, have they have?
No, they have not. We are about to get underway with Clubhouse. Again, the basics of basics. Between two new lineups, basically nothing is still left standing. So, it'll be an exciting game to come through. Seeing the Maverick ban together with the Monty. Of course, Monty often used in a garage take, for example. The Izami to be removed, and then we have a final defender to join them. As we wait, last one is going to be Cade. So, that sets the stage. Now let's see how these teams will fill in the blanks.
I mean, that's what this game is, right? It's just filling in the blanks. We have no idea. You couldn't begin. Do you have an idea? No, I'm going to answer for you. You've got no idea because it's two entirely different teams. This is 9 players, or 8 players, sorry, across this entire lobby that are playing in this sort of setup for the first time with this sort of teams. Yeah, sure, Hero is on the other side of the line
Attackers
before,
need to
but
locate and
still,
defuse as many bombs
so
as they can.
much fresh experience. And, you know, Clubhouse being a map of fundamentals is the only thing that ties it all together, really.
Yeah, that's it, and that's why it's also like an exciting
Bomb
kind
located by
of
attackers.
game to get going with. Like this was number 5 and 6 in the league last stage. Both completely new rosters. We're bringing it back to the fundamentals, so it's instantly going to be a bit of a statement piece. Of we made the better changes, or something like that. Like we managed to elevate ourselves truly from where they previously were at.
10 seconds
It's gonna be
to
exciting.
insertion.
Lots of information, by the way, on the side
5
of
seconds
Orgless.
left.
You see the Echo, you see the Falk, the MIR also counts as an information
Attackers are heading out to defuse
to some
the
extent.
bomb.
Mostly an architect, of course, but then we have to mute individual as information denial. So it's like they might be playing heavy into that information game for this one.
How will this shape itself up? It's that kind of eternal question. As I said, I think it's good that they've got each other. Like, you know, there's this fresh entities trying to find that pace, trying to find that level on Clubhouse. This is almost the best way to start to test things.
See you on the other side.
Got a bit of an interesting pickup, and there's the first hero. He said he was the best player for Blossom, and he's the first dead this time round for a start with Orgless. Blossom gets themselves that first entry.
I assume you have this buffer as well.
I do.
Yeah. There we go. Again, that's just part of a show around the world.
Around the whole world.
And you're having this nice buffer with us.
Around the whole world. We didn't miss anything. We actually got a glimpse into Siege to see the kill, and then it starts buffering again.
It's a slideshow.
It says, yeah, but we got at least a kill. So,
Not very true.
Doggy. Do you think it's Doggy or Doji?
I would say Doji.
Doji. Able to get their second for the challenge. And now we are just trying to do our best. There goes Zerom. Able to take care of Munu. But at this point with Vamos and Jin. Now these are the two players technically stuck around with this roster. Stuck around with it as, you know, one was on the roster as a player. One was subbed in, super sub position style. They've got to have the most superest round so far. Blossom have come up to a huge start here. They just have to try and
Playing
push
aggressive. For the last two players out there, one just hiding around in the freezer up in the kitchen, the other trying to provide support from the main stairs. And I mean, they kind of have to, because if they wait for a 5v2 execute to come through, it's definitely not going to go their way. Now, there's a down coming in from Vamos, but he quickly has to run as he gets shut down. It's just up to Jinna now. Inside of the kitchen, there's a person down. He knows that. He's going to go for the confirm. Gives away his position. The rest of the attacking team already is, I believe, down on the actual side. Bar one. Now he has to try and retake himself.
That was very scrappy. I know we're sort of working on the back end of a slideshow, but seeing it in that sort of situation as well is almost as terrifying. A start comes through. You know, you don't. It's hard to gauge it as whether it's a decent one or not. Blossom looked very solid. They looked very together. Their ability to take across the map was very clean. It was very quick as well. Think how long those players on the top floor lasted. That hold, you need to extend it a bit better, or you have to have an escape route. Nothing could come together from the side there of Orgless. They couldn't even breathe. At that point, you know, it was just then putting pressure onto the site itself. It makes sense they're not going to double down.
Yeah, it also started off with Hero, of course, being taken down so early. I think that is a bit of a snowball. Like, they tried to, you know, get back into the fight at that point. You saw it, well, not very fluently, but at least you saw it, that they were trying to retake some positions and, well, just being picked apart bit by bit. Blossom truly being on top of it there. And as a result, that very clean first round to come through. Just a single kill on the side of Orgless to live up for it. Which was, of course, that down we saw earlier from Vamos confirmed by Jinna on the mirror.
Now we're hoping, obviously, to try and get this feed as cleaned up as possible. It is nothing on our end, so soon we will be back into a world. But to be fair, Hap, you and I have cast rounds where we actually haven't had
That's true.
a visual
Any screen.
I
Just
remember the
had a
consulate,
noise.
that era of consulate bugs where it like went black and white and everything was just that was an era I'm happy to have in the past. This is something we'll do. So we'll do our best. Now, when you're trying to sort of attack this site, you start on the opposite end. If you're looking towards the control of the top floor, you want to go for the gym and bedroom. Obviously, you want to try and get the jacuzzi wall open, but it starts with CC. It starts with cutting off the rotation around the back. You can cement yourself. They don't really have anything to directly flank watch outside of drones, but they're going to see if they can maybe try and get in and underneath and instead put this focus on towards CC, put the focus on towards the red stairs, and cut yourself cross.
So they're following that step-by-step plan, as you just mentioned. It's just going to be quite difficult. Like, Sageman's in a pretty tough spot. A bunch of reinforcements out there. So you're going to have to use at least some of the utility to break that open. Soon there's going to be some of the Selmas to be used alongside, you know, drones, of course, for the information game to come in. But for now, just a steady progress coming through. See that they've taken garage. You see that the florist is currently busy with taking down utility and, you know, default spots where players might be at. And as they continue going for it, That's the exothermic I was talking about. You need to break open that cache wall. As soon as you've done that, you have the opportunity to start challenging the person inside, and then you have the opportunity to start going towards the construction in the middle.
Well, we still haven't been able to have a grit and a grab on a single player. And at this point, you know, when are they going to try and make that execute the swing round from, I want to say Sage him. That's maybe just because of Sage from Ose. Looking to try and get rid of the mirror, put the pressure onto Jacuzzi as you need to do. They're looking for the crossover on the back and the rotate. They have some of the control, but you still got to put the pressure. There it is. The first goes. Crown is removed. It would take care of one of the encroaching players, but it's almost immediately traded out by Doji, who's had a very, very good start towards this game itself. The swing comes round, doesn't quite net the kill. They're trying to get themselves back, and they find that sliver route of escape. But look how many players are now trapped here on the top of the stairs. It's a very, very messy engagement. 3 of them on a single doorway to find a sliver of space. It's executed inside. There's a 2 versus 1. 20 seconds left, and I mean, it was a bit of a touch-and-go defense there because they were so focused on a single point. But with 10 seconds, now that's the only point they need to focus on.
Late party. A bit late to the party as he comes in finally. And I mean, I thought for a second there when the fallback came in from logistics there that they've just given exactly what was necessary to the attack to make that work. But then 3 people swing in the doorway at the same time. Somehow no team kill happening, which is more incredible to me because they're all just running in the front there. Finding those 2 kills really turned that round around at that point. So gives them the opportunity to win that. Now pushing on towards CCTV. And, you know, when we talk about Clubhouse and basics, this is the pure definition of it. This exact site. It is so formulated on how you approach this that the only way it can go wrong is if you just lose a player early on. It was crucial to the take. Because you start with opening up either garage or the server wall. And then you do the other thing, which you didn't do before. You take garage, you make sure you're someone down below, you can go for a plant. It's basically as simple as that. That is the easiest take you can go for. Of course, there's other opportunities to go as well. Like sometimes you see them coming in from Jacuzzi, basically doing the mirrored of what we saw happen for the gym bedroom side, which is also an opportunity, of course. But usually, especially when teams just form, that CCTV take is what we usually see.
Touch wood, we got frames back, baby. We can see what's going on. We're in, we're rolling. Nothing can stop us now. Nothing can stop us now. I touch wood again. I'm touching the table so many times.
I'm touching my table as well. Please don't jinx us out here.
Something that stops Doji. Caught off there on the swing, and as I said, he's been a very impactful player. 5 kills over 2 rounds, but no more this round. The perfect one you want to try and remove.
Yeah, exactly what I said. Like, the one thing that can kind of stop this from truly going down is either a bandit tricking successfully, but also a player finding these early kills. And this is why you need that bottom floor now, because as long as Hero's out there, there's only 2 ways to really remove it. One of them is through the window, but if you don't really have control of the entirety of gym and the bedroom, it's going to be quite difficult to do that. The other way would be to go right, but that's unfortunate. I don't think that C4 is going to get anything on that pipe.
Oops, I believe.
Yeah, that's what we classify as a whoopsie.
Yeah, we classify that as an oops because you can't even really shoot it down. You've just got to sort of hope that maybe you can get a catch on a loose thread, but still got a gun, a great bit of momentum, and they have that body advantage. Last time they were able to convert that in towards the round, win towards the end, the 2 versus 1. Shows the importance of having that 1 extra step. They have their eyes in. They've been able to get themselves much closer towards the site much quicker than they did the previous round. Obviously, it's a slightly different site, but the Valkyrie still underneath, waiting to deny. They're waiting to try and find the fight as well. They really want to step into this. There it is, caught around the swing on it. They're able to get the breach, and there's the play against it.
Just delayed. Hero was actually going to try and go for it, but was delayed. Rotated out, used the C4. Sagen will get another kill. Brings back the number advantage, but not for long. They're looking to try and find themselves a way through, but, you know, the opening they just created is actually binding them right now. The diffuser has been dropped inside of construction, so they need to go all the way over there to recover that if they want to get that plant down.
Trying to get the last catch. 2 versus 2, but 30 seconds. The pressure is still on the attackers to get a plant, and they're trying to drive themselves up round a perfect pinch on towards this player inside stop. But they seem to know about it. However, you cannot watch both sides at the same time. Luca pops up. Zerum gets the other. Lost him. Out the round.
Wasn't exactly how you usually would be attacking that round, but managing to make it work either way. Losing the Kappa Tower early on actually hurt quite more than it might have been realized. You know, Doji, of course, was playing quite well. 5 kills up until that point. However, also having the incendiary bolts could have been used to stop that bandit from truly tricking if you would have, you know, been able to get them through that window right next to the wall. That would have meant that the opening would have been made. Because I think we've lost the feed now.
I'm sorry. I'm not, yeah, you know, obviously it's not my fault, but it's technically my fault because I said it, didn't I? Said it's only up.
Sorry,
Yeah.
you just took responsibility for it.
I take responsibility for it. I apologize. We'll hopefully be back in soon. Maybe it's a big restart because of what happened. Who knows?
Yeah, it's a complete stream restart.
But
Basically where we might have ended up after
yeah,
all the stutters that happened before.
these things happen. We grow and we move on with it. I mean, a better opening for Blossom. The fact that they're sort of doing this on their attack as well. Like, there are these sort of scrappy engagements, and you can see that fundamentally there is still this development. I like the rotate up towards the top of red stairs. They obviously got the, you know, pressure on towards the breach itself and then pulled themselves back round. They changed up what they were doing based on what was ahead of them. Back in pretty much instantly.
Just lost a prep phase in a minute, but nothing really
That's
has
fine.
happened yet except for some openings onto walls. They're getting into the pressure right now. Hero actually finds the kill. And to look at, I thought for a second it was Zerum that died there on the steps, but not the case. Still lives. Go around for that basement. Wallbang from Doji will take him down. That basically instantly nullifies the advantage they were able to build earlier.
I mean, it's been so well traded between these two teams so far. They seem to keep having this step up. Obviously, Doji was the first gone in the previous round. Then Luca was the man that came up the stairs again and put the pressure on here. Sort of the change of faces, but you've got, I guess, in exchange, the top player from Orgless on the other side of it. You're more than happy to take that head and that bit of danger.
Satan has definitely been a trouble they've been needing to manage. This is not, as long as he's around in the back, he's just swinging into these fights that you might not expect at like the most uncomfortable timings for those attackers. Be able to pick a couple of them off guard that way. Meantime, Skeleton Key opening tons of the flooring, and our breach gadget will be used to open up the kitchen hatch to give them the opportunity to drop down into the armory. Smoke canisters used in case an instant drop would come through. You also hear the incendiaries coming out, though. As the main stairs is now being blocked, at least Doji actually found himself an entry into blue, and they found themselves into motor as well, and the plant's already going to go down.
I mean, trying to get it done, but you say it, there's only 7 seconds left. It's got to be now or never, and at this point, it's going to be, oh, never. There was a little bit of a moment there at the end. We started to see things go back and forth, but not enough time on that basement approach. Things level up. Once again, a very different hold strategy there from Orgless, and it works out for them.
Actually wonder where Vamos came from in the end. Managing to get the double kill with the SMG-11 as the plant was about to go down. Truly saving the round out there because that forced the last player to move as well. Time was slowly ticking out. Still coming in from the last member standing on that defense. But 2-2, still pretty much even footing. And, you know, even though Blossom has 2 rounds in the attack, I still think that Clubhouse is that 50-50 map. Like, you can win rounds in attack and defense. 3-3 is common. Maybe not as common as the 4-2 for the defenders, but if you end the round or half 3-3, that doesn't mean like the game is over already. This means that you're very, very evenly matched up until that point.
10 seconds
You know, I don't want to get too ahead of myself just based on what happened in the previous map, where I was sort
5
of,
seconds left
it was very much a game of two halves. But I guess it is also the test of clubhouses.
to locate a bomb and
Both
defuse it.
halves are very tested, right? Both halves are very even. You're well experienced with both. You can have this development. We always talk about it as this fundamental map. Well, that works both ways, right? That idea of almost textbook strategies comes from this map and then is developed on the map.
It definitely has, and it, you know, it makes it also that bit of awkwardness because you can like have the perfect execution and still lose. The defense just knows exactly what's going to happen and can play into that. And again, like it's just that coin flip that has to flip your way once more than it does for the opponent. We do see now there's a lot of early preparation work, something that was left a little bit later in the previous round when they were attacking gym and bedroom. Of course, then it all fell apart when they reached the logistics area. Two people moving through there, triple B coming to from the defenders at that point. And both kills, not losing any. Don't think anybody actually playing inside a cache this time. It will be opened up, of course, but they won't be finding any of the stiff resistance they had earlier on.
Bomb located by attackers.
Oh, I was about to say around this time is usually when the first blow happens, and there it is. Predates even me, Luca. Again. First, what are you going? First removal. Concerned about the chance of somebody coming up around the back and putting the pressure on. Think about how sort of concentrated the push was, and actually what was in the control last time. They're seeing if they can, you know, maybe go for a little bit more pressure on towards Jim. Don't go around the back end. They're forcing the player out from behind the very well-made bulletproof mattress. The lineup of the C4 ready. Doesn't quite get the catch. In fact, it's over the shoulder. Those who's able to get rid of Sajin.
I think Late Party was also rotating around to potentially go towards Jacuzzi if they ever managed to get to the opening around there. He was still electrified though, so he might have gone back towards the ceiling, looking to drop the Logi hatch. See that Flores drone was trying to get the bulletproof camera out there, but wasn't quite able to get the stuff done. Hero, however, taken down from the window, and suddenly a 4-on-2 situation in favor of Blossom, and they are just, you know, neighboring the actual site entrances now. Muna having to come back up the stairs. Gina, flashbang inside of the actual bathroom, needs to go wide, but gets taken down. Blossom, they find success after they found failure in a previous attack on this site. As this time they managed to fan out a bit more wider. Decided to attack from multiple different angles rather than force it all through the single room of logistics.
Traded rounds. Traded rounds back and forth so far between these two teams. No one's able to get themselves a single bit of a distance, and you know, you start to sort of try and piece together why obviously the kit isn't finding its way towards the ground. They're easier to lack of sort of attack being able to find the nesting ground because they're struggling to pull those pieces together. Is it because the defense is just doing enough to sway them off? We're not getting a lot of objective direction here. They seem to be getting close towards the site, but not quite knowing how to get it over the line outside of just killing everybody apart from them.
Yeah, but that's it. Like, basically, they take care of all the roamers first, and then they push onto the site. And of course, you know, the anchors are going to defend it, and they're not going to get that plant to go down on their watch. And that leaves you with basically those elimination rounds every single time. But we're back on CCTV, and again, this should be in like theory the easiest attack to pull off. Kind of went south very quickly last round as Doji was picked up early. I believe that was from the main door.
Loading new mag.
Because of that, they struggled actually opening up the main wall because the Bennett was still tricking. You actually see right now that Crown is getting into a position to try and challenge that Bandit from the highway window.
A bomb has been located.
Drone active.
This is exactly what they were missing last time. There's going to be incendiary bolts about to fly through. You know the Bandit's down there now. They're going to start putting up the exothermic. You already heard the incendiary, and that means the wall will be opened up. At least, if they were ready with the Thatcher EMPs, and with the exothermic charge, they've decided to not go for it. So they're going to have to use a second incendiary to make sure it actually opens up now as Doji gets the first kill.
Gonna play on the bandit trick, and that is able to catch it, just not well timed.
Where is the second bolt to come through? Why did...
Came through
Okay.
late.
That's just the synchrony not connecting together because, you know, the bolt came in. That's when you needed to place it down because, you know, it forces him either to take damage or to just let it go. But now you've just done it so desynchronized. Oh, there it is now. Second attempt should be coming through.
Oh, he's just gonna stay through it. Oh, he gets killed. But he does
It's a kill.
stop the breach. Not maybe worth it, bandit.
Don't have another option now to open up the wall anymore. So at least that wall will stay shut. But that means that all the pressure is going to be coming down into Garage right now for the next minute 20 or so. And Gina is basically playing there alone. There's a bunch of angles, you know, that have been created as parts of that wall have been opened up. But this does make it a very choke-heavy position out here because as long as Gina manages to stay alive, this round is still in favor of Orgless.
Minute on, the pressure's coming through. It's BNA in a very touch and go position here. Wants to survive as long as possible. Now there's only smokes to sort of cover this motion. They can't force him with anything else. He's trying his best. But at this point, a 4 versus 2. If he doesn't get anything out of this, will be the end of the round. There he is. He's up and he gets 1 on the back of it before it's traded. At least keeps it only a single body in. It's not an insurmountable bit of success in this position from Vamos. Could be the difference maker. Prepped up, ready for the swing. The flashes go over the top. He doesn't get the first, but he gives it away. He still somehow gets the second. They're going for the plant. They gotta push up now. Sagum has to make the motion. He's a second and a step too late. 1 on the wider swing. Gets it perfectly. It is a trade, but still, you look at that quick cross of the planter. If that had been the kill, who knows where it might have ended.
We've definitely made it a lot more doable because then suddenly the panic hits, time starts to run out, someone needs to get on there. And you know, you of course will be wondering, like, was it worth it for the bandit to die there? At least he stopped the wall from getting opened up. That was his second exothermic, so there was no more other option to go for it.
Defenders, protect your bombs.
And to that extent, it could have been worth it. Of course, there were already a man down. But if they managed to maybe support a little bit better into the garage side, which was, of course, hard. Ash being outside on highway, watching that window, cutting off that rotation. But if they were able to stall that just a little bit longer, that could have been the round coming in right there for the side of Orgless. So, Blossom, they take a 4-3 on attack. Managed to take CCTV twice. That is good for them. Now, over towards the defense, instantly down into the basement. Again, basement is always considered to be one of the harder sites to actually attack. And that's basically due to the fact that you usually have to rely on these hatch drops, which are quite easy to actually hold off. If you have the manpower, that is.
Quarter 2. And a distance has been put through. All this something that works into the favor here of the end of Blossom. Some of those rounds were very close. And as I said before, the sort of, you know, not success, which is the worst English I've done in a long time. The lack of success of the objective play is that a cause for concern of Blossom. You know, it's a game where that can play very well, or Orgless just good enough to stop it. This might be the start of the tell. Obviously, it's a very tall hold. They've got themselves a bit of a stretch, but then they're not too far away from falling back round. Just trying to get some of the attention. The C4 over the top is perfect. Brown gets that first take onto the approach of Orgless.
That's a great start as well. It's the buck on. It's the majority of, well, your ranged opening abilities. You still have the sledgehammer, of course, but it's a bit more risky, especially when players are playing below with a C4 and there's still 2 on the board. Actually, you know what? Sledge is gone as well. So that is going to be all your ability to open up vertically. So basically, a lot of that flooring is going to stay shut now. It's going to be quite hard to actually push these players outside of their strong points inside of Armory or even the hallway in between. because you lost the ability to open that up. Sure, you can still go for the hatches, have the 2 impact EMPs on the side of the Grim and Vamos. You still have the opportunity to use those Exkyros, but you're not going to be able to open up everything.
Still trying to put some pressure down towards the drop. We'll take to the hatch, but you know, you're looking at still some danger, and you go down. There might be some glare canisters in these tricky positions. Everything's muted on the triple church wall. You're not really getting anything other than, okay, suddenly 2 out of nowhere, just angling down, going for the plant on the default spot itself. There's nothing that's coming into the counter apart from the kill, but it comes out as a trade anyway. 2 versus 2. Now tucked on the back end. Vamos just crept themselves round. 30 seconds. Late party is in a dangerous position, but he makes it work. Jinna goes down. Sort of risk and reward positioning against the Grimbees, spraying through and chasing the trail. But with 20 seconds, just hoping to try and make this a 1 versus 1 before you hit the floor. I mean, credit to Orgless. Not over yet, and they've gotten it a lot closer than they should have, but surely at this point it would just be Blossom handing it to them. A 2 versus 1, and they've got to hit the ground and then go for the plant itself. Just need to pull back, wait for the swing. There's the swing, and it's the execute on the back end. Closer than it should have been, though.
Yeah, definitely. And in that last little bit of a scuffle you saw around the kitchen when they're trying to find late party, that's when you would have loved to have your Sludge or your Buck still alive, because they could have opened up that flooring. Probably would have already opened up that flooring way earlier, where you had the opportunity to just straight Luke down. Because as long as you don't open those up, people like late party, they're just going to play right underneath it, wait for people to drop down the hatch, or maybe even sneak in due to the fact that there's a lack of verticality out there, and shut down whoever was planting. So as such, instantly see what the effect can be of not having the Sledge and Buck alive long enough to open up those floors.
5-2, and I guess all the predictions of how they're going to play is thrown back up into the air. Blossom really put distance now between them and Orgless. You're sort of thinking, well, what can Orgless do to try and break this deadlock? Technically, they've only lost 1 attack. Started bad, got a bit better. How much of that was Blossom giving those engagements or not? But 2 quick snaps whilst they're going for the plant was good when you had literally pretty much nothing. You had, think about the control that they had there, Hap. They had the hatch, and that was it.
Yeah. No, for sure. And again, you know, that's what happens when you lose your soft breach that early on. Like, you're just going to be kind of running out of options to try and hold down the bleeding from. And of course, they still managed to get those 2 amazing kills and bring it back to a 2-on-3, later a 2-on-2. But if only they were alive longer and would have been able to create those openings, you would have actually had the opportunity to fight for that plan to go down. You actually had the opportunity to provide cover whilst that was happening. So again, that was the big loss there, losing both of those operators. It almost would have been better to lose either Buck or Sledge and then Hibana or Ace, because you still had one of each that you could work with.
So, all eyes now on towards the drive of it. They've got the Kali, rather than try and play with the Thatcher end. It's a choice. Is it going to be one that sort of nets them a reward? I'm not entirely sure. They're hoping to obviously, I guess, not play against a bandit game and just destroy the fabric on the back end. It's worked clean, but, you know, is that just a sort of way of brute forcing through? Is it a preferred style?
So a bit of the skeleton key coming down there, actually not working out quite as intended. Trades happening on either side as CCTV is being taken, but not without cost. Canisters being tossed in. Doji having an incredible game, by the way, 13-on-6. He's now making a last stand inside a cache, trying to hold on for as long as possible. But he still has that shotgun. It's going to be very difficult to actually clear him out. But Munu spots the leg, actually the head, takes him down, brings it back to a 3-on-3. That's a minute left on the clock. There's still plenty of time. And not to forget as well, like, all smoke canisters are gone, so all you have to worry about now is those nitro cells.
3 versus 3. Still options to play for at this point, and there's the aforementioned cells being pinged out, keeping themselves a little bit safer from the danger there, but it's still pinch point rotates, right? There's still not many options you can sort of make without doing this, taking yourself outside and going for the danger swing here. Play around on the back, late part, popped up. Now holding on. Not getting a catch on anyone outside. They're just sort of holding down and waiting for it. Oh, he's a pick, unfortunately. Kind of the game disagrees. They're fully aware where the pressure's coming through. They're able to pull out the one player that was entirely trapped, but as soon as you go for the hop, you know you're in danger of being swung from either that LG position there or waiting on the door. There's one. Very narrow window to try and shoot through. They're happy to pick up pieces. They're on with that swing, and we scream on towards map point.
Yeah, 6-2 so far. Blossom really stepping up and showing that their changes are making sense compared to what they, what might have been thought beforehand, because they, basically swapped out the entire team. Single round away now from securing those first 3 points, and actually first place in the league so far, because Talon lost an extra round. So if they manage to lock it off in the next, well, they'll at least be first for a week. Or day, rather. Still off tomorrow. Of course, it's what happens at the end of the league that counts. Now, as we're back towards CCTV, as what could be a potential last defense, this is what Orgless needs to show. That they can attack, because we mentioned it before, like, this is the basics of basics. Everybody should be having a way to deal with whatever defense is being tossed up on this particular site.
Orgless, they have a very, very tough road ahead of them at this point. If you sort of said in the game before, if you've lost the first 2 attacks, you've lost their strongest defenses, you're onto the tertiary site, the classic of Siege, and even if you win this, the hardest fight is still to come. And that is a demoralizing thing that makes this fight harder to piece together. Going for a little bit of a sneaky spray out the door, and when you're 6-2 up, why not?
I mean, that's it. This is when you can get a little bit, like, adventurous to some extent. You can play a bit disruptive, because they cannot afford to make mistakes right now on the side of Orgless. Any mistake could mean the end of their game. So if you then manage to pick up one part of their strategy relatively free and early on, it's just going to put such a big, like, spanner in that works. This Crown is the first to die, so at least works in favor. Sajin will be able to find that kill. Actually find themselves in an Blue. It's going to probably open up vertically as well to stop the bandit from tricking the CCTV wall. However, needs to be sure first that it's going to be safe for him to do so.
Now with this lead in, the first best foot forward. Putting the pressure on towards the back end. They've got themselves nothing. This bandit tricked off the wall again. Successful bandit tricking seeming to be the thorn in everybody's side right now. We saw the team still win with this wall closed, but it's not the way you want to put this pressure on, because now if you try and pinch this player, there's no cross to really force them out. The Capital bolts come through, the sense wall is there, and he's caught from underneath. Good pinch. Where do you go from here?
2 players very far removed from the side. It's basically only late party holding off the fort, but he managed to get the first kill. Aware of the fact that there is pressure coming in from highway, so he's going to fall back into cash. Has the opportunity to hop up on that table right here to hold the breach and hold the rotate from the garage side of things. The light screens from Sense definitely not making life easier for him, as he's quite literally not being able to see what's going to go on now. Sajin will find him. Another one to drop by his hand. It's only up to Super Luca now in a 1v4 to try and clutch this. He digs in deep. But it's be taken out from the breach. They were still on there, repelled, waiting, and of course that's why you want to open it. You mentioned it before. It allows you to have these crosses and to play in crossfires with each other. That's what we were missing in earlier rounds, but portrayed well here on why it works so well.
It's still that tertiary site. There's still the pressure. We think about how this first one opened up so badly for them, both on their attack and on their defense. They almost came back to it, but Blossom, one round away. They just have to push this one over the edge.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
At this point, with the sort of changes going forward, the castle to try and lock things down a little bit, make it a bit further afield. I guess the play without a smoke confuses me a little bit personally. You saw how they wanted to try and go for the take last time. You saw how they wanted to play against it.
Yeah, I think it's important that Blossom doesn't panic right now. They still have 3 opportunities, of course, to lock this off. So all they need to do is basically just play a little bit of the same as what they did before. And of course, last round they relied heavily on those fishing with the nitro cells, managing to get 2 kills out of that, which somehow managed to be the 2 soft breachers as well, which really allowed the defense afterwards to kind of cruise that one home, even though it still got quite close. Cannot keep relying on the fact that you'll get those, but what might be more scary is the fact that the Blitz is being brought in here. There's an opportunity to quickly clear it out of the top floor, basically like you could with Monty, for example, but instead here you have a bit of a rush, or it could be dropping down into Oil Pit, instantly putting down pressure onto blue on the side, forcing all the roamers to come back. And if you're then holding off the rotations back towards the site, you might even get a kill or 2 out of that.
Blitz being the drive through, the calls go out. They're trying to hunt anyone loose here. And look at this, just a quick zip round the top red, but nobody is home. Nobody is there to answer. They're all back towards the spot. Bit of a use of utility. That was it. Now with all 5 of Blossom's defenders back down towards the base, apart from one that decided to get a kill before they left. Find ourselves actually in a worryingly similar place as we were last time. Think about how this played out. It was a single kill from Crown on these stairs, angling their way up.
Instantly pushing down now. Your man down. It's not going to be helpful. You took we're actually going for the boost, but need to do. There's a little bit of verticality done. I kind of want to see more made by Sagem out here, who's also doing quite well. The best of his team currently. It's not on the same level as Doji is, for example, on the side of Blossom, but he's definitely keeping them in the game so far. As the opening will be made on the kitchen hatch, that's a bit of a pressure point that they're looking to use. Sagem most likely will be opening up further with the skeleton key around the kitchen as well, just so they don't have the same issue as they had before, where Late Party was able to just really basically roam around on that ground floor and pick up people as soon as they drop through that hatch. With 45 seconds left on the clock. And the diffuser needing to reach the site. Still, prep work being done and being challenged from below as well, which makes it a bit more awkward for Sagem to actually open up.
I mean, it's the same sort of problem before. What do they own? Nothing. Crown, he's happy to start stepping up. They have the man advantage. Late Party pops up with a C4 party of his own. The Blitz has found their way down onto dirt, but gets dropped before they can even start to swing themselves into it. And now, with just a single player left, Vamos was just a single player left of this roster before. He's flashing everything he can, but with 3 seconds, the only thing flashing before him is a loss. Blossom, fantastic performance on Clubhouse to lock out the competition and get off to a good start.
That's definitely a statement to make, of course, after you've basically changed your entire team around. But they're still here, and they're looking to improve compared to that previous stage. I don't know where that aggression suddenly came from. But yeah, the 7-3 victory, they can definitely be happy with that one and prepare themselves for what is to come tomorrow. Of course, they're looking to be in those top spots to get every advantage they possibly can for playoffs.
I mean, as I said, it's a good opener, but take a break before we come back with more to discuss.
Welcome back to the Korea desk with the second 7-3 that we just had for the day going in favor of Blossom. An exciting result for them there. It's good to see, of course, them winning out their very first matchup after we spoke about a difficult stage 1. The new players, of course, coming in clutch, I think we could say. We'll talk about that in a bit as well. But Hap, I think what they excelled on, and what we do see a few teams struggle with when it comes to Korea League, attacking seems to be a bit difficult for them. But this time around, it felt like Blossom actually had a good job with that.
Yeah, they definitely they did okay indeed. They were able to get some of those rounds in, 4 in total, and I said it before, like a 3-3 split is not uncommon, or a 4-2 in favor of the defense. So they managed to get the the better end out of the deal out of that one. So definitely be happy for it. It's just that whenever they went over to the defense, that's when things truly started to go into their favor, as Orgless wasn't really capable of cracking the nuts that they had set up for it. So with that, quite convincing victory, actually.
Yeah, I mean, it's everything you kind of wanted from them, but I'm still like, it's an asterisk victory because it's Clubhouse, right? It's such familiar ground. That's not where they're going to be tested. That's not where anyone really gets tested. It's where you like have your introductory. It's a tutorial map for anything, and I want to see them on more intricate maps. I want to see them on more sort of quick moving maps. I don't know. It's a great start. Fantastic. Everybody needs to play club, but you do not win on just a Clubhouse.
No,
So
you gotta start with the
that-
basics.
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say. So what you're saying is now, the title screen pops up and says, "Welcome to the Korean League."
Welcome to Rainbow Six Siege, and start earning those achievements.
Yeah, gotta start with the basics, of course, for Blossom. I thought maybe you were gonna put the asterisk with the fact that this was Orgless, and Orgless last time around not having a greatest time in Korea League
That's
Stage
true.
1 as well. But that would have been maybe a little bit meaner, I guess, to say in this regards. But let's focus on the positive things, and that is the new players on the side of Blossom. And one in particular, that was Doji in this map, absolutely showing up. What was it, 14 and 9? Yes, active on the entry as well. This is all you want to see from a new player. A great step up for a team like Blossom Emmy.
Oh yeah, I mean, exactly that, right? As I sort of said, it's hard to judge this team and why you predict against them, because you don't know entities. You don't know how they're going to operate. You don't know how they're going to suffer at tier 1. There's just so much you don't know, and seeing fresh faces come in and play well, perfect.
And so it's something they also need to keep up, though, against teams such as PSG Talon, FearX, B+, those are the true tests that they will be running to truly see how they mesh up against them compared to last stage. So it is a great start. Like, don't get me wrong. It's just that, putting that next to the asterisk as well, we also need to see how to do against those teams.
One of those teams that you mentioned that they have to really prove themselves against was FearX, and they're playing our next game after a break. They'll be going up against Weebl. Both these teams being top 4. Last stage, Weebl is surprising first, but these are the teams that made the least amount of changes. So there's a bit more information that we can share on that, but we'll do that after a break. We're just past the halfway point of the very first day of South Korea League Stage 2 in 2024, and this game is supposed to be a banger. Both these teams, of course, making it to the top 4 of the group stage last time around, and surprise, both these teams also only making one roster change each. Outrageous. Something we couldn't think of what's been happening so far in Korea League. But of course, starting out with Team FearX, something that we've seen happen with a lot of other teams here in this region is they are also getting that international experience in. We're seeing Jax, former ENCE player, have now joined the likes of FearX.
Yeah, he, you know, I was talking about ENCE being one of those 6-person rosters before. Now, kind of stepped away from it, and Jax is the one who departed, went over towards Korea and decided to give himself a new challenge in a new league to try and perform in. And ended up with FearX. And, you know, FearX, to be fair, it's always one of the teams that is, you know, top 3 at the end of the day. So it's a good opportunity to potentially qualify for a major.
I think that's always the sort of tale, isn't it? Is that you have, you know, I talked about the sort of support players bringing in. Jack's fantastic on that role. He can try and maybe tether some of the team behind it. We've seen the possibility of the gun skill. We've seen Good Boy have huge days, Rin as well, to sort of still unfortunately be a little bit on, a little bit off, a little bit on, a little bit off. But you know, finding a settled FearX roster, if Nova going to the analyst position and Jax locking themselves in as a support that won't get swapped out after 3 play days, great. Let's see it delivered. Although with Nova in this lineup, I'm wondering, are they playing today?
I think the main worry I guess I have about FearX is that we've seen this team make it to majors consistently. They're always being called up when it comes to the Titans of Korea League, but then on those majors they always make it so far so close, but never not enough to actually make it to a main stage. They didn't even make it past stage 1 or phase 1 at the most recent major that they attended either, so that's really unfortunate for them. Of course, that international experience, we've seen it be a big trend so far in Korea League. Hopefully that's something positive for them, and they'll need it, because the last time around that we saw this game, or this best of 1 between these two teams, that was actually being won by their opponent. Weebl having a super surprising stage 1, very exciting, ended up very first in that group stage, but unfortunately for Weebl, they weren't able to convert that into a major qualification. One roster change for this team though, Emmy, they're saying goodbye to Ren and they're getting Moon in.
Yeah, I think that's the sort of swing round. Just seen a good example of a tier 2 player, or a few tier 2 players coming up and performing well. We might see the same here, I suppose. It's a bit of a tougher entity to test it up. You are the sole change, there's more focus on you, but as we saw before, Weebl had a surprisingly decent run. It just sort of fell apart a little bit afterwards, the playoffs and the quals, but getting first in the split was a terrific performance, and you know, they need to try and replicate that and then put the pressure into the best of 3 territories where things unfortunately went a bit away from them.
Yeah, I actually talked to Weebl beforehand, and they were talking about, you know, of course, they had a great start to the stage, but as soon as they reached the playoffs, that all just fell apart. They lost 2-0 to FearX, they lost 2-0 to D+. So they've made some changes, and they wanted to focus more on their teamwork, which, according to them, is the key to them reaching the Montreal Major. And of course, they want to do that by getting first in the stage. So they've definitely set up some high goals for themselves, looking to prove that the last time wasn't a fluke.
That was indeed the point I was going to make, indeed. Of course, a very impressive stage 1, but of course looking to replicate that here around. And what you're saying about working on teamwork, I find that really interesting. I'm very excited to hopefully see that happening in the game as well. It's early days, but we're, I guess, especially looking towards those attacks then to see if that really shows some teamwork between these two rosters here. We should probably want to take a look at the maps as well to see what our battleground will be for this matchup, and I believe this is the first time so far today that Lair is still a possibility, and we're getting really close.
Yeah, buddy.
All right, I'm quite excited to see that. Of course, we had the pleasure of seeing it once in Europe League so far. I feel like we could have done with a few more rounds there, Emmy. Do you agree? Are you excited to see it here again now?
As in, what do you mean?
I feel like that game was, I mean, it was a 7-3, I think. We could have had a few more rounds at the very introduction of layering competitive.
Yeah, I mean, we might still. We'll see how this goes. We might have a quicker match. That's the tough sort of thing. We obviously had Weebl beat FearX before, and then they lost both times 7-3, 7-3 in the playoffs. This could go fast. We'll see. I'm very excited. I have no bearing on how this will go.
It's going to be completely like out of the blue. I wonder if Weebl tried to call the bluff of FearX for leaving it open for that long and tried to push Chalet to come in, and that FearX, you know, actually just exactly got what they want here. And you know, I said it off screen earlier today. It's like if any team would be playing Lair, it probably would be PSG Talon, but instead FearX, the first one to bring it out, also getting to start on defense here. Oh, it's going to be very interesting to see how this goes.
100%. I actually want to dive deeper into that context of what you said. If there's any team in Korea League that's going to play it or bring it out, it should be PSG. Well, they didn't. We're seeing it here now. How do you think Lair fits in the context of Korea League? Having spoken about Korea League, obviously, or the teams in Korea League having some difficulties when they make it to that international stage. How does Lair fit in a region like Korea?
I think it's difficult to call. I mean, Korea in general has been very fan of like the basic maps. We talked about Clubhouse and Oregon being the most played at last stage. Now, of course, one of them has been removed in favor of Lair. But it's still like a new map. It's relatively unproven, and it is quite unique in that form and sense as well. So like it has elements out of like other maps. So it is completely new, and I'm pretty sure FearX, of course, have, you know, practiced this quite a bit. I don't think we're going to see it too much, though, in the entire Korea League.
I think this could be a good tell of how much we might see it. It would be between this team and D+ Kia that are going to bring it. I think when they eventually play each other, they'll probably play each other on this map as well. But, you know, you don't know. You really don't know how a map shifts in to the meta. Obviously, the reason maps change, for those who don't know, is it's voted on by players and teams all around the world. So there's something here that people have seen. Let's see it.
We'll have to see it, of course. I think, going back to the subject, how we were talking about what Weebl is working on or has been working on since the summer break, that being their teamwork, I think this is a really good test to show how it's going to go on a new map that we haven't seen a lot yet in this high level of competition. Also, for both these two teams going into it, it must be super difficult. You've maybe scrimmed the opponent once, scrimmed some other teams once on this map, but in regards of what can you prepare for that specific opponent, you don't really know a lot on this map. You haven't really seen a lot in that, Emmy. But these two teams, of course, top 4 last stage, they probably know how to deal with this.
I mean, you've got to, right? Obviously, like, it's still a developing map, but the team that has the wider map pool, you know, for everything that we talked about Clubhouse before and being on new teams, if you don't have depth to your map pool, you won't go far. It's just fact, really. And we saw that from Weebl. That's the demonstration that they had. Unfortunately, as soon as they got to the best of 3s, the length of play, playing multiple maps back-to-back, playing different maps back-to-back, and maybe not your preferences, these are the swing maps where you've got to have a development. So them opting to lean into this could be a sign of their growth there.
It's important indeed to have more than 2 or 3 maps available to your, you know, your map pool, because they can just get banned away, or, well, suddenly you only have one of those maps in the best of 3, and then others you've not really played before. I doubt they've really scrimmed each other on this map, though. I would not assume that they would pick it if they have, kind of because their strategies would be known already. But at the same time, I'm not sure how deep the scrimming possibilities are inside of the Korean League. I know, for example, Europe and NA have like very extensive opportunities. It's not really the case in Korea.
I'm so excited to get Lair underway. Second time we're seeing it in competitive, unless Asia caught up with us. So take it away for our second ever Tier 1 Lair.
Well, I have on one of my monitors my cheat sheet of calls, but obviously the compass calls are going to be in Korean.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well when I started off this morning. It was like, I forgot.
The compass calls will be in Korean. And we're also running off of a feed that is a little bit blurry at points. Everything you guys see at home, we see here as well. So apologies if it's a little bit touch and go at points. We will do our best to map. Whenever a new map, this is a little peek behind the scenes of being a caster. Whenever a new map is developed, we try to create universal calls. And Derry Shoe Holt is lovingly put together our sheets. This time, based off of calls that pros teams use. We sort of reach out to pro teams, go, hey, what are you doing? What's this? What's that? How are you? You know, and we try and get the macro calls and some of the micro calls that start to develop on a sheet. But also, it's a bit of a process. And that's all.
Like
That's
6 maintenances and stuff like that. But
yeah, that's all like the covering of my own tracks I can do now. So please, and if you're like, why are they calling it main stairs? Why not rocket stairs? Well, because main is more understandable, easier to say, and you know, you'll get examples like that. And this is all from pro teams, so don't shout at casters. We are doing our best.
it's always intriguing.
That's all my ground covered.
When you have 4 staircases and one of them is main, it's like, who decided that this one is the main stairs?
It's just the best stairs. Now, the room they're putting pressure into ops. They're trying to get themselves some eyes here towards the wall on mezzanine. They can maybe see into the site itself, which is master and R6 room.
That one's gonna need some workshopping. R6 room. Just call it Rainbow 6, maybe? I don't know. Anyway.
R6. The pressure across the back end of Mez. They're looking towards the top of the main stairs position. Force them out maybe to rotate their way back towards the back of the top half. The shield has pulled itself a little bit closer, turns it into a huge kind of firing line. And with the keeper barricades 3 in pocket, they can just do exactly that. Who needs a shield when you have your own shield? Swing over the top and put the pressure down. It's forcing a lot of utility onto what is a sight line. They wanted to go a bit deeper with the next. They're waiting for it to come, and then it's instantly replaced. It is just a game of attrition. And eventually there will be no more keeper barricades, but how much can you take out of your aggressors first?
Your boy actually finding himself in a bit of a battle around on the first floor. Abs dropping all the way down towards the basement, going for a big rotate around. Has also spotted Good Boy, of course, around near main, near rocket, looking to find that player that just basically eluded him on that hunt. And as they're still very heavy and inside, the opening from the outside has been made in the meantime. And that's usually one of the main goals, because it's the easiest to actually get the plant in from that side, at least so I've found in my own ranked games. Not saying that that's the same level, it's definitely way below this. But that's where we had most success, opening up that wall, and then hopefully the one across as well. Get the opportunity to get the plant while covering mezzanine.
I mean, finally the first goes down. They just try and strong arm around the back of the keeper barricades, but it's Good Boy and Rin that are able to take 2 of the players out, so they just keep charging. Weebl all the way across the top, get the body balance into their favor, tucked behind. The death doesn't last them very long, and suddenly there's a 1 versus 1 out of absolutely nowhere. We have had all the chaos in the world. Rin versus Zad, the battle of 3 letters. Piece. It might be a nightmare in Scrabble, but the nightmare is Zad's to have. Rin gets the win out on the round with, I think, a 4K.
Might as well be, and it's a good way to start off, although a bit scrappy for the side of FearX on their defense, but it's a new map. It's allowed to be scrappy for now, because people are still trying to figure out what works best. It's only been introduced, like, you know, a couple of weeks ago even, so all these teams have had, you know, they have had to get up with these strategies on the fly, scrim them, like amend them, and get back to the drawing board every single time they play. So if it's scrappy here and there, that's okay. As long as they keep getting those rounds, they get the result that they're looking for.
It was a good fight there from Weebl. I like that they sort of played that long game for as long as possible, realized they weren't quite getting themselves through on it, so then just went, let's send it. The 3 players that screamed around the top, sure, there was cuts and bites that happened at points during that approach, but they'd done just enough to ensure the sort of safety of the pressure. Coming down to a 1 versus 1 after all that time, and you know, you sort of look at what was opened outside of little pops and pockets on the back end. Their main push was just a strong arm push. By the end of it, the wall was still locked, sealed. There was no attempt around on the back end. Now, obviously, one of the points of sort of conversation here is that we do not have Jax in play.
Yep.
Nova is playing. Anna's on the case. Detective Anne.
I know why. There's visa issues that Jax is having currently. So
Oh, it's visa issues.
yeah, so he's not like it's not certain how much he will play yet. I actually spoke to Goodboy beforehand. But luckily it's Nova that's stepping up, right? Like someone who's very experienced with the lineup and actually has played the majority of the matches over the last couple of like months. So
Yeah.
it's not like I wouldn't say downgrade, but like back to like an analyst or a coach who usually doesn't scrim with them as much.
Nova was the MVP of the playoffs.
Well, that's it, right?
I think
So
he was the highest rated player potentially.
You get a pretty decent player for it, you know, in return who transitioned to coach, but you know was in the player position earlier. So it isn't really a downgrade to that extent. It's just a elongated waiting period until Jax is allowed to play and able to play more so.
Well, hopefully that gets sorted out for the roster sooner rather than later. There's pressure over the top, and to be fair, FearX last time, I think they ended up about 4th on the split. They only had the big performance in the last chance qualifiers. Okay. 2nd in the playoffs as well. If they can try and get as developed as possible. Zad things around, gets the take. Good boy is gone. 3K for Rin. Total. As they feed the information, Mephi gets the instant execute.
It was satisfying when you're watching on a pill scanner, you see a dot, you call it out, and the dot disappears. It's like, that worked out. Knows about some other people down on the top floor, though. Takes out a bulletproof camera. I believe that got hacked after one of the phones fell into the hands of Dokebi. So not wanting to give away any information on the actual site itself, especially when they have the man advantage. They still have the pulse alive. So they're not really in need of using that. There is going to be some information to come down, though. Is an attempt of Naps is being made to push towards the barrels, maybe even get himself into lockers, but as he runs past, he's taking some damage. Doesn't know if he's going to be sandwiched at any point. He's quite stressed. He'll still find a kill, though. Spots the second as he falls back.
I mean, he's going back and forth, sort of twirling on the position. It's a dangerous corridor to push your way up. Opts for the lockers swing instead, but Cut from Labs is there, ready and waiting for him. 10 seconds, a 3 versus 2. They've been able to get themselves eyes towards the site. They're just again trying to send it. One goes down in the meantime. The swing is the follow. FearX, they had themselves just well and truly locked down there, and that's 2 in a row. I think Weebl, they're still biting well, right? They're putting the pressure on. They're not getting lost on the rest of the map. This isn't comfortable for FearX, which builds some hope if they can keep this momentum towards the second half. It will probably end up with, you know, FearX, I would say 5 rounds, I think. 5-1, 4-2 maybe, but 5-1. But again, it's the first test of a map, and it's, you know, I would say something that opts forwards the defenders.
I mean, Weebl's definitely able to, you know, get some kills on the board, but it's not like it's comfortable for them either. You could just look at Naps just a second ago. Like, he's trying to make a push happen, but he's worried about 3 other angles at the same time. It's like he's not able to, you know, cleanly bite on through either. It's just a scrappy trade game. Like, they realize where one person is, put a bunch of utility towards it, try and take him out, and then they work on the next problem, as, of course, FearX is striking back as well. But this is what I said, it's a new map. It's allowed to be scrappy in these first couple of weeks. Teams are trying to figure out what's working, and as we see more play of it on the, you know, other leagues as well, teams and analysts are going to take note of that. They're going to look into what really works well and start implementing that into their own game. So, again, it's just something to keep in mind as you watch this map. It is not going to be perfect. It is not going to be a clubhouse where everything is just 1, 2, 3. All right, that's all the steps done. You won the round. This is more of a give and take and more of a, you know, responsive kind of map. Some stuff happens. You need to reply to it because it's just not been tried and tested.
Looking to try and bleed their way here on towards Ops. Start with the vertical pressure. Now opting not for the site that's directly underneath the current play space. And also not opting to try and put the pressure on towards long wall outside as of yet on the CC side. And it's this, the fight over the top, get that verticality cemented, force them out of the R6 room of server, push them back and back, potentially towards the single escape on the green stairs. Main stairs is a little bit too short and sharp. How long are they going to sit around and hold out?
I mean, they have all these keeper barriers around here in the master office, and they're just going to try and hold on for as long as they possibly can. And you know, it's going to be very tricky for these attackers to actually walk through, especially with all these other angles being watched as well. Moon will find the very first kill, though, onto Mephi. Shotgun instantly being pulled out, a trait to come through as well as Good Boy will find a response. And with that, basically no one gains any ground. And, you know, the more time ticks, the more it's in favor of defenders as, you know, once again, traits just continue to go on.
Well, there's an execute there, Nova. Pops round, pops him down. Weebl are still keeping the pace close. And all of this happening with a minute left. They're giving themselves some width to fight that shotgun, which is otherwise not going to stick around too long. Good Boy caught out. On the opposite side, they're droning themselves ahead, but unfortunately, I can't tell you the exact position because I can't read Korean, but I know that one of them's still on the second floor, Nova. In the meantime, Damek has gone towards the first. Where are you, Nova, and what are you hoping to achieve here? How long are you going to hang around for?
Playing an ops, I think. No.
Oh, he's waited. He's by the side of the gun room. Now, with a lot of damage done to Dockerby, Nova keeping the verticality here above the two remaining players. They are just rotating their way back up. Demek's gone for the rotate. They saw that. The cam's calling out everything. They've got to try and stick it and plant it, but where? When all of the verticality's moved away from you, the shotgun is trying to hunt for you. Now it's 2 versus 1. They've got the pings on a single player. The drop comes out, and Nova pops the header one, screams around the corner for the next, and I mean, waited patiently to pull that execute off.
A bit of team damage coming through. Damek like, leave some for me. But Nova taking every opportunity he can until Jax is able to join the lineup to prove that he is indeed a good one to play with. I think I saw a tactical timeout to be called. I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, there you go. 45 seconds from Weebl as they're 0-3 down. 0-2 down. Let's say 0-3. Anyway. And you mentioned it, they're biting, they're getting in close, but it's not close enough. Like, they managed to get the plan down here, but it was super chaotic because a bulletproof camera was still on. You know, shots are coming in from above with a shotgun and like an SMG-33. Like, they didn't feel safe at any given moment, and I can just imagine that this is such a stressful attack right now because you're kind of playing in unknown territory to some extent. Of course, you've scrimmed it. But then officials, you're really coming into, like, you know, what the more serious, more effective stuff is going to be. And they're just constantly taking shots that there's never a moment of rest for the attack so far because as soon as they get a kill, some shotgun just wings around the corner and manages to get a trade in.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
3 rounds, FearX. Perfect opener for them. That's been close, and I think that's the thing about Weebl is it's not been a million miles away. This hasn't been so one-sided, so one-handed. I mean, the first round here came down to a 1 versus 1. If they can find a way to just shift that balance a little bit, just find that difference a little bit.
And I'm also thinking as well, like last round, of course, they opened up the master wall towards the, you know, the exterior part. I wouldn't quite call it the danger donut like we had with Coastline, but I mean, I don't know what else to call it right now. But that's of course what they managed to get in, and then they pushed 3 guys in from operations into mezzanine, try to, you know, swing themselves all the way through. The one worry I have though is that mezzanine is so like hectic. It's so close to one another. If you're moving through it like 3 people out there, like, it's hard to miss for defenders if they start swinging you. It might be too crowded for that many people to push through. So maybe like another extent from like Zulu storage, the area. Go
I mean,
straight towards R6 room?
Yeah, it's you think about how it's often taken. You think about the pressure there against the bandit that might be playing on the master wall. You can maybe try and get underneath, force that player off so they can't just trick it. They can't just play against it. It's tough adaptations to make, but you know the sort of default walls and default approaches and takes here. And you know, that's where Naps is sort of going around hunting players and pieces of anything that they can get from the side of FearX, but pressure comes around onto the wall here. They've forced them further and further out. The bandit still happy to, as I said, play against it, but underneath that, it's all soft. You've got to try and get into that position.
Right into the fan rear, manages to get caught off by Good Boy, swamping and swinging himself. And you know, as you have the IQ working in from below to try and take care of these bandit charges, not quite getting the control that they wanted to. Now, of course, there's a default cam underneath as well, so they're going to be fully aware that someone's out there.
There it is. There's the sort of take and the pressure. As I said, you just need to sort of get yourself in, and that one's a bit trickier to get. But the big breach on the back end, the flash over the top. I mean, you know they've dedicated the resources to it at this point. They've got the single pop, but why would you not keep someone there?
It's a bit of laziness indeed. Like, as soon as you open that up, it's important that you stop them from trying to place it. Either throw... Is that an injury? Yes? No? I don't know. If they manage to get that kill down, definitely will be punished right afterwards. As they were coming in from the main stairs. Now, basically, all you have left is the pressure you have on mezzanine. You weren't able to open up that wall because the bandit was able to trick it afterwards. So you're just going to have to throw yourself into the fray. And this is one giant crossfire you're walking in through. 3 or 4 different angles coming through as... Well, there you go. There's a diffuser dropped. And the final man to drop as well as they try to challenge the master office. But keep the barriers out there. Really reinforcing that desk and allowing Mephi to play right behind it.
It's almost that conversation of it was good ideas, poorly executed, really. They knew where they wanted to go. They knew that they needed to get underneath. All the stuff that I was talking about, they started to operate on, but they did it half-heartedly. At first, you saw them shoot the hard. They rotated around, put the pressure onto the back end. They tried to just flash up, but then moved away when it actually went to deploying the gadgetry. They had everything they needed to try and make that not impossible, but a lot trickier. And they just couldn't impact around the back of it. And, you know, it's a noisy gadget. It's soft floor, and you have a DMR directly posed underneath, and then you decide to go for the breach, a long breach with Habana pellets, the longest there could possibly be, without anyone watching for the catch.
Yeah, again, like
teething issues.
They threw the flashbang, and again, there was nothing to follow up on that. It's okay if you throw the flashbang to deal with it, but then the Habana pellets need to go on at that moment, right? Like when they're blind and deaf because of that stun grenade that comes in, and then you need to watch that with the DMR because then they have to choose. Am I going to challenge whoever is down below, or am I going to try and close the wall, or am I just running away and yielding? But now you basically did nothing of that, and indeed that doesn't result into too much success. A fuse shield is being brought, by the way, so they're going to be leading the charge with that through operations. Of course, they have to go all the way down towards the basement, but having a shield in a new map could be quite beneficial because you're just able to face check things. It goes a bit quicker. It's a big pressure point once you find someone because no one's going to be scared of a drone that rolls in. Like, they might be wondering if there's someone right behind it, like an entry fragger. But they might just as well, you know, shoot it and stay in their position. And that's it. When it's a shield pushing you, it's definitely when the pressure is starting to come through.
Well, the shield is going to try and make a bit of amends and a bit of a mark here. The Ram's doing the damage over the top. You've got the fuse charges. And again, you know, you go back 12 months before the changes came through on the shields, and you're thinking, a fuse shield? They've gone crazy. But here, you can get a bit of the use of the drive. You can play against the verticality. You can hold yourself locked out. As you pop the gadget itself, they're just going to spray towards you. So hold plate of metal in front of you, cover the distance, and get some motion down the next breach on the hatch. They have an idea of this shield, and what goes well against the shield? Well, another shield. Damn it. It's a very short distance. The barbed wire will get some damage and cause some attention, but it's not going to be the other drive through it. They'll hear the pistol pop off. It's a bit of a word of warning because you don't want to get toe-to-toe with that distance.
could also help out because they're, you know, working on the basement. There is some verticality you can use. Using those fuse charges, of course, clears a lot of the utility without you really having to risk yourself for it. And maybe that's what was lacking the last time around, is Zad able to find the kill over the actual shield from that fuse, clearing out Demic from behind that shield. But a minute is left on the clock. They need to make some progress, and only now they're starting to float towards the basement, but not close to the site. They're getting towards the garage and warehouse side of the mix of it. Now, of course, Fuse coming in from the opposite as well, but they definitely still need to clear a lot of ground here.
Well, there it is. Level once again. Moon is removed from the fight as they hold themselves back on the pressure. Thank you, of lockers. They're just keeping them at bay here, utilizing the smoke canisters. The fuse is almost entirely taken out from that. He is a breath away, popping more destruction, getting themselves a little bit more wiggle room. It feels like eternity as they wait for that to dissipate before they go in. But look at that. Echo drones, both of them still active, jumping between them. It's a 4 versus 3 as Nova's caught out. Cannot connect to the roof. Unfortunately, with that one, it's a 2 versus 3. They're going to have to go for the plant. They don't have the kit on them. They pick it up, and it's just stopped, watched, and tragically ended there as FearX. I mean, technically, they might have had all the time in the world with that Echo, but didn't feel like it.
It's again like a dragging it across the finish line kind of round where Weebl was like slightly behind on pace that they needed to do stuff, but they were definitely getting their teeth into it. It's just that it got called off at some point, you know? Round timer ended, they weren't quite far enough to get it to stick. And as a result, FearX drag it across the finish line. And that's kind of like the advantage you have when you're playing a new map and you're starting out on the fence. Like, I remember when Cafe was reintroduced, and we were talking about it. It's like, it wouldn't be too weird to see 6-0s or 5-1s to consistently happen on this first stage. And that's exactly what happened. We see Lair now being introduced, and you know, especially when you're having teams that do have like a little bit of an experience gap between each other, it wouldn't be surprising if FearX indeed go for 5-1s or 6-0s even on their first half. So they might be dragging it just across the finish line, but it's enough for now. And, you know, all that matters in the end is how many points they have on the table. It doesn't matter how they got there.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
They have almost the perfect start here, FearX, and I said it would probably be a 5-1. There is still that possibility. There is still that mark to move, and it's not the end of the world because of how close everything is. I think, you know, I would be surprised if we had a 7-0. I'll put it that way. I think Weebl still at this point have these fights, have this fight in them. All of them have been able to get a kill. At least it's not that there's just been one single dash hope. Just haven't quite been able to find that final piece of the puzzle, which is the plant, which is that tough thing when you're piecing together a new map.
At the same time, you know, we don't know how much FearX has prepared this map and how much they called the bluff from Weebl, or the other way around, Weebl calling the bluff on FearX for leaving this open for so long. I just see a very effective kind of strategy to come through in the next couple of rounds. As openings will be made over the top floor, so we do see like quite some control coming through. Of course, we do need to go towards that first floor, but the master area is currently in control of Weebl, which means they have the opportunity to expand into server or 6th room, which have the opportunity, of course, to provide verticality over the actual site itself.
Well, lockdown with a shotgun, Rock with the C4 as well, just misses but sees the next player, downs them. Going for the third, can't get the cement. They should be able to get the pick back up. There's nobody that wants to try and find the end of it, but it's sort of that dangerous moment. Moon now only breath away from a single double down. They're no answer to the call. They're playing that sort of Venus flytrap position, wanting them to step across and then snapping shut. And there's the snap. Demic pick on to Inno, leaving just the IQ and the Dockerby to try and piece this one together to stave off the wrong side of a flawless half.
Moon low on HP though. needs to be careful. Capcan Trap would be lethal. A single tick from the smoke could do the job as well if it detonates right in the middle of his current position. So Naps, the healthier one, is going to probably provide cover as the plant will be attempted soon. Moon is looking to just drop. But as soon as he does, and the smoke canister pops, that could be the diffuser down on the ground and out for the rest of the round. 10 seconds, they have to go. There is no other option. They need to go now.
Drop the bomb diffuser.
Well, Good Boy gets the execute onto one. Ooh, beautiful shot from Naps, but maybe too little, too late. Holding for the plant, but at this point, it'll just take
Operators, you have run out of
essentially.
time.
They put their head back up and hold on for the stat.
The stat padding, SMH. But a 6-0, that is not completely unexpected. And we don't mean to say with that Weebl is outclassed by FearX, but it's just that welcome to new maps. It's just how it goes sometimes. At least for Weebl, they get to choose where they go now, and they get to set up the puzzle they want to go for.
Defenders, protect
As
your
FearX,
bombs
that has to go
by
40
attackers.
attacks. Now, we are starting off on the top 4 once more. We do see a little bit of a change operator lineup, though. If we compare the two of them, I think a big one to point out is that currently the Kali is being brought. Now, of course, they can still swap out. It gives you the opportunity to, you know, use those lances to get rid of any elation on the other side. So you might just be able to play the attrition game with the bandit at that point, right? Like try and get all 4 of those bandit batteries.
10 seconds
Never mind,
to insertion.
swapped it off. Too early again.
It's fine.
5
A
seconds.
yin and glass
start-
though, so we were going to see a lot of smoke.
I think,
Attackers must locate.
you know, without a hard breach, I think we might see something fast. They've set themselves up here. I'm assuming some pressure on towards maybe the plant on the back end. Instead of focusing on ops and focusing on the side that was, we see a take on towards display. Maybe.
Yeah, I
Located by
think
attackers.
like maybe from the green stairs side, from the north side, take storage,
Yeah.
open, or at least rather use the door over there and see if you can get some people into, well, as you mentioned, display or bathroom as well to truly encircle that entire side of the map.
Oh, there's the pressure. That's the starting window to sort of cut your way across. Now, it's a bit awkward if someone's inside server and bath, so they'll need to take control of bathroom. Force that player out of that core swing room. The Flores drone, just making sure there's nothing behind that. That ankle hold and that's
Banshee.
hooked. Banshee's gone. As I said, now they focus on towards the bathroom.
Reloading.
It's going to be a player inside there, but at the end of the world. Actually, last Flores drone, I believe, got stuck in like a little bit of grass out there. Next one is going to clear out the bathroom if he manages to get it through the window. See if there's anything out there. No players at least. No utility either. Just a wall, I believe, that has been reinforced. So at least bathroom is going to be free to enter. That will allow them a little bit of a way in. Okay, so it's half reinforced. So there is some ankle holes. So as soon as they make too much noise here, someone's going to go check it. As you see instantly, the rotation coming through, laying down on the staircase. But the flashbang will be tossed in a response. I'm not quite sure if it's the right way placed. As Good Boy completely flashed and smoked off. But look at that, the double kill to come through in explosiveness.
It's a 3 versus 2 out of 2 versus 2 out of all of that. Inno gets one more, and okay. Weebl. Every single kill happened within the space of about 10 seconds. That is the end result sometimes of a rush. They fully sent it and unfortunately did not quite have the control of that room. That room server that I said is that sort of linchpin that holds the hold of the floor that stops that together. They could not wrest control of it. And with the back of that, Weebl, they were able to get their first round. Now, those sort of plays and strategies, you take a risk throwing yourself in.
Defenders, protect
But
your bombs from being defused
Start
by
of
attackers.
couple. Now, do I think Weebl will pull it all the way back? I would be massively surprised. They could get themselves a couple more, though.
They definitely could. And of course, you know, FearX has the luxury that they can try these kind of quick plays because they are up, or they were up 6 match points. Still 5 to currently play with. So, you know, it's not like They are truly stressing for getting this over and done with as quickly as possible. All they need to do is just find one good opening
Left before insertion.
and get this entire match overboard. Get those 3 points on the
5
board.
seconds remaining.
Then we will do that on the ground floor now.
Attackers
As we're
must locate and defuse a bomb.
going for the next site. There is Heart Breach this time. There's a Thatcher as well, so they might be taking this a little bit more conservative time around. Probably clearing out that top 4 first, see if they can use the sledge to create some verticality right above the site. I'm wondering how much of Weebl is actually playing around on that second floor. I don't think I saw too many of them, at least not around the Master Office side of things. Could have definitely gotten there now. He's looking to make that opening. Here's EMP. Nicely following up with those Selmas. You have to do then is be careful that no one's popping up from that window behind you.
It's weird that we are, what, however many rounds, 8 rounds in. It's the first time that wall has been opened all game.
No, it's been opened in the first round as well.
Did they get it open in the very first round?
Yeah, they just didn't use
I
it.
thought they failed.
No, they got like a small opening in it, I believe.
Oh, okay.
But they weren't able to actually utilize it as they then decided to rush operations with 3 of their players.
Right. I guess that maybe that's why I forgot that they got that small opening, because of how pointless it turned into. The pressure! And the attempt here as they go for the clear on towards Bathroom. You know, trying to force out how much verticality is here. 3 of the players set above. For now, they can take the hatch if they want a quick escape. They still have some of the castle walls as the warning. Flores is doing their best to remove them. Be on watch. But just this pressure, can't watch for that.
Person to die or at least go down, sad. Not looking too good, Damek taking some small amounts of damage, but the entire top 4 is now slowly being picked apart.
Oh.
And that is very painful. You wanted to go for a pickup there, but instead you lost your life, and now you're down 2 people. This could be the end if they manage to capitalize of this.
Mephi does get caught out, but good boy, whilst blinded, gets the piece up on the player going for the pickup. It's a 4 versus 2, but with the Moon kicking out the body through the floor, and with still some keeper barricade utilities. Not actually happy with how that one has fallen. Instead,
Attackers
gonna
recover
go and try and move their way around the back of green stairs, look for the pressure elsewhere, maybe go for a catch, hope to be round the back of them. The 3 versus 2 means that if you're inside the site itself, you're probably easy pickings. They don't want to hand them that because they have time to do exactly that, but not much more. 20 seconds now, and the focus on this singular take.
15 seconds remaining.
Moon doing his best to survive. You've got to activate yourself now, Coupe. A little bit too late. He just sort of went for a run around for no results. FearX. I said they wouldn't get the 7-0, but the 7-1. Not much different.
It all relied upon that top floor, though, when, you know, they managed to get the down onto one of those players that was playing, I believe that was around display. Managing to find the 2 players looking to go for the pickup there to try and at least find a trade as well. That was huge, because then you basically look at 3 players from just that one gunfight that you managed to have earlier. So we'll be very happy with that as they lock off their first one with a 7-1 victory.
We've got a quick break before we're back to talk about it.
Welcome back to the Korea desk. I'm Anne and joined by Fluke and Hap. And what a start this was for FearX to their stage, a 7-1 on Lair. I asked for a few more rounds on Lair, didn't really get as many, but maybe if we think in the perspective of Weebl, it might have been better to get a few more rounds. Like they could have actually seen how you should attack on Lair, Hap.
Yeah, I mean, they struggled themselves. FearX, to be honest, you know, they managed to get that one round in on round 8, but you also got to see that it basically came down from the one down they had and then 2 players trying to recover that fallen comrade, but dying in a process as well. So that basically made it a 4v2 position at that point, which is just hard to not close out if you are FearX at that point. So, you know, like they did exactly what they needed to do out there. Was it like a perfect attack in terms of like strat book and closing everything out? Not completely. They didn't even really have to attack the bottom floor itself. They just fought around the top floor most of that round. So still really to be seeing the attacks be tested properly.
Yeah, I think that's it really. It is what we were missing there was it was a proper test of 2 teams that are fully familiar, but it's early days, so that sort of makes sense, right? You're looking at one of the top teams from the region and a region that and a team that has played well in the region before. On an unknown entity, I think you're always going to favor one of the top teams.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's a strong start and a strong game throughout from all of these players on the side of FearX. I think it was Nova and Rin going 5-1 at one point, but besides that, one player really stood out to us. And I feel like when we talk about an MVP for this game, and we talk about an MVP on the side of FearX, that is a player that we've mentioned before in the context of an MVP. Good Boy being our MVP for this game here, obviously getting the most kills on this map here, but it's kind of a consistent factor so far, Emmy. I feel like he is performing time and time again for FearX.
I mean, it's everything that you want the player to be, right? When he's in that IGL role, sort of leading the charge, he's exceptional sort of gun skill. He makes sure that he's in these positions to punish people. And if your first one through the door is driving that game and has the support of Rin, especially towards the side of them, this team becomes one of those super deadly forces. And it's a confidence that builds each time he finds himself here.
I mean, it was a reason why he was signed to, I believe it was back then still Cloud9, before he was even turned 18, because they just wanted to use him as soon as he turned 18 into the Korean leagues out there. Until then, he was doing some, you know, analyst work just to get him, you know, acquainted with all the strategies and everything like that. He's always been like that, you know, star player to some extent, who's always been able to show up and always been able to make an impact. So, yeah. He's definitely one of those players you obviously often talk about as being the MVP in one of these matches.
It's good to see him perform once again here in this game for FearX, helping them towards this very smooth and quick victory here at their very first playday of Korea League in Stage 2. That means we're back on schedule a little bit, and we only have one more game to go, unfortunately, after this one. Should be a good game, though, because we got D+ going up against BNA. That is the number 2 of last stage, being D+, going up against the very last team from last stage. So we hope that BNA have made some improvements over the summer break, but we'll enlighten you on everything that you have to know after the break. It's already time for our last game of the day, and then it's D+ taking on Before and After. Like we mentioned, the number 2 from last stage going up against the number 8 from last stage in the group phase. Now, if we're talking about the perspective of D+, a team that a lot of people know if you think about South Korea League, a team that in the history of this region has always performed well inside the region and has always made it to these international events. Up until the very last international event, they missed out on the Manchester Major, and that must have been a very big hit for them. We see, of course, them anticipate onto this by making some roster changes. They're letting go of Sayora and Damali and getting in JLT, who's formerly played for PSG. Also, some switches on the side of that support staff. They also got a new coach.
Yeah, MV Taylor joined as a full-time player now, of course, as well. So he was the coach in stage 1. He's now going to be on the main lineup, and they managed to get Mighty in as coach. So there's going to be quite some changes there to keep track of.
Yeah, it's always that sort of conversation of how things change in the back room, trying international coaches, seeing where the success can come from. It's something that the region has been toying with and tempting and testing for a while now. But you know, JLT coming in, sure, he wasn't the sort of standout performer of PSG Talon, but he's part of a system that's been developing, part of that new system of Siege, which is something that D+ Kia needs to step into.
Definitely agreed. I mean, of course, the international experience coming in on the side of D+, very exciting for them there too. I'm quite curious, actually, Flute, do you have any expectations for this team in this stage? I mean, we've got, of course, MV Taylor back as a player. We know that this team is capable of making it to majors, but they didn't do that last time around.
No, obviously it came as a bit of a surprise to everyone, probably came as a bit of a surprise to them more than anyone else. They came second in the first split. They technically had, I think, the best win-loss of anyone. It was just a sort of round differential, having the sort of loss out there towards Weebl, third in the playoffs, second in the LCQs. They couldn't have been closer time and time again. Close doesn't put you over the edge, and that, I hope, is that sort of alarm bell, because they never really seemed like they were stressed getting to them. You look back at the clips of them playing and the games that they won, they were happy and calm as anything, but then it came to the losses and that was all it took.
Now, if you remember, of course, the player lineup changes that we saw on the side of D+, and you saw a player leave called Damali. You can be looking at the bottom of your screen here, because he's found a home at the opponents for today, joining Before and After alongside KTH, Roland, and Katsang. So, some more influence coming from the side of D+, right into the roster of BNA. That shows to me that this could potentially be a 6-man roster. And we had this conversation before, actually, Fluke, and we showed that it is really difficult to bring up that consistency for a roster if you're playing with the 6-man.
Yeah, I stand by everything I sort of said before. I think what you're trying to do there might be admirable, but the game doesn't function that way. You're putting this sort of undue pressure on the team, depending on if it's whoever's best at the minute, or you're trying to put all the pressure onto the analysts of, well, this is the player to go against this, and ultimately that's not what the game is situated for at the minute. There's not enough of a definition of play to sort of constitute needing to change that. And I think one of the biggest tells there, and something I talked about before and after losing to battle position, is their final sort of game there. They had a bit of a tragic season, really, and you couldn't be building more from the ground up here.
I think that's exactly it. Them just building from the ground up. They had a horrible stage 1. Let's just put it like that. And they need it more than that. They need to grow from there. So maybe that's why they pick up those 6 players again, to see which meshes the best, so they can continue building on for that for the next stages in the tournament, such as the open qualifiers, such as the last chance qualifiers. So it might just be a bit of a temporary fix, or like a setup to start fixing things, because they just, they needed more time to trial out the roster. Or there might be generally playing with a 6-man roster. Maybe there's some other like events coming up where one of the players might not be available for 1 or 2 of the play days, that they've already taken care of, like the substitute in that case. I'm not fully sure.
Now, what I'm hearing is if you are a BNA fan, you're hoping that they have made some improvements coming over that summer break, because last time around it wasn't pretty. It was Nighthaven Labs as their map pick for that best of one scenario. That was a 7-1 for D+. We're not going to go to the lair back to back. That is something that we are seeing here quite clearly on our screens. Nighthaven Labs still is an option for that redemption that BNA might be seeking in this case, but of course a risky pick as well if you already know that your opponent beat you that hard on that map the previous time around. We will be going to Chalet. That is a battleground for our game this time around. And I guess maybe if we look at the positive side, Fluke, of the side of BNA, they have former players on the side of D+, so they must know what D+ used to do on this map. Oh,
I mean, yeah, yes and no. Obviously, they have a little bit of a recent relevancy, but I think, Cat's was there 2022? If they haven't changed their Chalet since then they deserve to lose, whatever happens. But no, I get what your sort of point building into there is, but to me, they need to less focus on the counter-strutting and more focus on trying to get their team working cohesively, because there can be punishment that can be laid out, but the biggest change that we've seen, for my money, of D+ here over the time is Yinseng. Is what they were able to bring to the roster in Stage 1 was phenomenal and terrifying.
Yeah, I agree with you. BNA needs to work on their own team first, rather than trying to counter-strat everything. That just doesn't work until you have the fundamentals down. So I think Chalet is a pretty okay map for that. It is in a clubhouse, of course, but it's still one of those maps that just feels intuitive when you're attacking it, when you're defending it. So it's a good starting ground, I would say, for BNA. And especially against a team like D+, where, you know, they have the opportunity to instantly show how much they've improved compared to last stage.
I like how you mentioned Yinseng as well, because when we looked at the game between these two teams in Stage 1, he was the MVP out of that specific matchup. And talking about these players in specific, is Yinseng the one player that we should be focusing our attention towards? Is that a different player? Who would that be on the side of BNA?
Ooh, I mean, it's a bit tough. I mean, obviously you've had the changes around, and it's pretty much an entire roster. There's almost this conversation of the brand new player coming in to sort of set themselves up on the roster and seeing how they can develop. So I don't think we have anything. Is it on Roland? Ooh.
I think Roland was, yeah. I'm not sure if he's playing today.
Yeah, again, obviously we've had a couple of differences from the roster lists that we got as confirmed rosters and the rosters that are playing, which is always fun, but that's no saying. So without them, Damali.
Yeah, I would say Damali as well. Of course, he's the one that most recently played for D+ and brings in the most experience in that extent towards BNA. So he could be like a leading figure for BNA in its development. Kind of see how that goes around him. I think for D+, though, I'm really looking towards JLT and NV Taylor. NV Taylor, of course, as he now comes back as a player full-time after being a coach. And JLT, after he's basically had like a stage of experience with PSG Talon under Fabian, of course, might be able to take some tricks home as well that he can introduce at D+.
100%. I definitely agree with what you two said about the players that we should be looking towards for the most exciting place coming into this game. Especially, you know, the players coming in with the experience from the former team that they have been on. But the one thing that you two were talking about as well, about the players on the side of BNA is, you know, that is a 6-man roster. And when it comes to the one thing that you two want to see from BNA, them working on their own team, that's going to be difficult when you have 6 players switching around every now and then, maybe. But then again, it's also bringing a positive. You can see which players gel together the best with which players.
Yeah, it does, but it's also like that little bit of competition that goes on, right? Like, because you don't know if you're going to be playing next play day, and like you're kind of competing for your spot instantly. Whereas, you know, usually that happens over the stage. Like, you have a stage to prove yourself. Now it can just be like match day to match day. You have to, you know, perform, or you might be out for the next game, which could, you know, kind of hurt mental and motivation there. So especially if you just have like one bad day and like instantly you're put back onto the bench, and you know you have to wait until you can prove yourself again. it is something that might be playing in the players' their heads.
But speaking of like emotions, I think as well, Emmy, we know, speaking from the past, that D+ can be a quite emotional team.
Oh, 100%. I mean, I think when you've tasted glory, when you've been expected winners, when you've been top dogs, when you've been as close as you were, and obviously it's a very different roster to it was. There's only, I think, 2 players or 2 people in the org that are the same. You carry that for a long time. You have a huge brand represented across your chest. You're in a top jersey, and you know, you have to bring the emotion. Otherwise, what are people supporting you for?
Well, there's 2 things that we're looking forward to when it comes to this game specific. I'd assume that D+, of course, can recover mentally from not making it to the major last time around, and we get to see what the BNA have been cooking over that summer break to make sure they got these improvements that they need for Stage 2. Our final game of the day will be kicking off on Chalet.
Well, there it is. I'm going to keep going on the expectation here that we're about to throw ourselves in towards this game. D+, 87%. That sounds about right. I think that sounds about where we're sat. And, well, let's see if we get into it. Blitz is gone. The BNA removal makes sense. As we said, D+ Kia, they're a 3-shield team, Hap.
Yeah, they like to introduce that into the last stage where Blitz, Monty, and Fuse came in shortly after the rework that the shields have received. They were quite a big fan of it, and clearly BNA is not, as they remove the Blitz instantly from the board. MIR is also a big ban on a map like Chalet. There's quite a lot of spots where they can be quite useful. Tubarao as well. Not that we've seen a lot of it, especially today, but could also be very, very annoying when you're trying to breach.
I mean, where do you not want to bring the Iceman? The Chalet.
It's already icy enough, right?
It's already cold. It's already too cold.
Still have the other man who lives in the snow, Buck, though. It's not known as the Iceman.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Either way, as we start off in the basement, verticality will be a huge part of this. We've seen it often enough where a lot of the kills just come down from opening up the entire lobby area with a buck or a ram or a sledge. I'm kind of hoping that we'll see some defense there from D+. They're setting themselves up. There is a quite extensive roam, at least for now. And it's as well, like, it's quite hard to just get in here to some extent. Of course, a wine cellar take could be quite quick, especially if the hatch above is shut. Otherwise, you're going to have to take control of that first. I know how big of a fan Tim is of that hatch inside of dining, especially on Chalet.
Tim loves a lot of things. Hatches. Golf. Is this going to be a low-scoring game, Hap? I hope not.
Low-scoring game?
Yeah.
Good in golf, right?
Yeah. No.
I don't know. It's hard to say because some changes have been made on BNA. If we're going off last stage, it should be as Boogeyman does what he does best and gets that first kill. Instantly swaps back towards the library as there's a lot of pressure coming down there. So he's instantly looking to lean back into the second fight.
Trying to hold up for now. Towards the top end, see if anybody wants to make friends. And as the Deimos tries to track somebody there, bit an easy pickup for Woogieman, who's just dancing and causing problems. Has the read on the Deimos, has surrounded himself with solid walls there. Clever, because obviously the calls, they're just going to be fed out. There goes Katsang. The Deimos is caught. I don't think we've seen a Deimos successfully tracked without being killed today.
No, not today. And of course, like, you're broadcasting your position as well. And these guys are all so good at the game that they just, you know, they see the tracker, they know what, like, distance it is. They know instantly exactly where they are on the map. It's going to get called out. Someone else who's not being tracked is going to go for that engagement there because, of course, they will be hyper-focused on the one person that they're trying to take control of. And that puts us into a 2-on-5 situation relatively early on. It's not ideal for the side of BNA here. It's Roland and KTH, the lasts moving through. Coated. Trying to retake some ground with the Boss G. Misses the first. Try and go for the shot through the wall. We'll get the headshot right after.
Hitting every single lowers for a kill that he's gotten. Oh, there goes Yinsang. Gets the lock of KTH, and pretty tragic opening round, I think it's fair to say. Obviously not able to get a kill on the back end of it, but not really able to get anything, and seemed just a bit surprised, really. D plus Kia showed a demonstration of a top team versus a team that bottomed the board last time. There's obviously been a chance to grow, but this is a scary level of D plus gear that we kind of wanted to
Attackers need to
see.
locate and defuse as many bombs as they can. Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Now, as we get the rotate round onto the bar side, see if they can try and get some storage and get some sort of lockdown. It's a vertical hole, but the hole wasn't really tested before. As I said, they were just popping themselves towards the window. D plus Kia were sort of saying, oh, you want to come inside here? Tough. You're dead, you're knocked out. And, you know, at this point, you're sort of thinking, how do they try and dig out a player that wants to fight outside the building?
It is hard. I mean, Boogeyman was just waiting for that. They didn't have the information, so maybe the drone game needs to be a bit stronger, like trying to have one person drone in someone else and see if you can get the entry engagement that way. Because if you're just blindly opening windows and expecting no one to be behind it, and losing two people to that back-to-back, well, I mean, that's like, fool me once, shame on me, fool me twice, shame on you. They gotta make sure that they're not letting that happen again, as it happens again.
It happened again. Tamale. The one that we said we might put eyes on is taken out by JLT, the fresh pickup, the step in this roster. They were once PSG Talon. They weren't quite able to find, I guess, the success of the other players. And unfortunately been moved over to a side. Dead now. The operation goes there. Just seeing if they can at least get one back. KTH finds Coated. Sorry, Coated.
As long that he has right now. Flash to himself. Unfortunate. Still in a 40 left. They're trying to get control of library. Of course, that directly lies right above the actual site that they're looking to take control of. 3 players out on the balcony right now. Drone will be coming in. It's going to be confirming at least 1 player to be out there. Instantly, Yunsung trying to go for a bit of a challenge left and right, but as the RC Rotero comes in, you instantly see the rotation coming back as well. He doesn't need to stick around. He can challenge that window from inside of the pantry. He can all fall back as well. There's, you know, absolutely no reason he has to risk his life longer than he has to life.
And they try and piece a bit of control here towards the attempt on the plant. Now, you've still got C4 danger in the range that can be applied. It's nowhere near as safe as they might think it is. The Russian goes, they do slip themselves in. KTH, this goes untested. Maybe they'll get it. Nope. Hey, remember those C4s I mentioned? Yep, that's entirely what they were ready for. It wasn't that it was free land, it's that it was a trap. Now, with 40 seconds of 4 versus 2, they have no one inside the building. Both players are just sort of prepped. And yeah, it's 1 step in, but it's 1 step into death.
Kind last man standing now in a 1v4. They managed to get the opening, but ever since, not much more found until that moment when JLT just dropped a second to be found by Kai. Certainly this is winnable if he wasn't caught reloading by Woogieman. Instantly running up the stairs with that P10 and finding the head of that Nomad. Almost bringing it back into a winnable round to some extent. Sadly not enough though. And again, like we can write some of this off to Intel. Of course, you know, if the cover was a little bit better from Roland on that nitrous cell that came through, like he was trying to shoot it, he missed all the shots, sadly, the plant would have been down. It would have been a different round. 45 seconds ticking in favor of the attackers at that point, rather than it still counting down against them. because they managed to get library under control. They managed to get one of the most important steps done for the plan to happen on that side.
2 rounds, and, you know, a bit closer than it could have been, but you're still looking at a grasped straw round, I think. They've got themselves here prepped towards what has become a bit of a default take for a lot of teams. A lot of pressures here can be alleviated quite quick. However, with how much has been locked down, with how much fun they're having moving around the map as well.
5 seconds to insert.
Yeah, like what you usually see here is either from the Solarium side you see a take happen, which is quite risky initially because you have to do the swing in, and otherwise you see it happen from the library where you open up the wall from the mezzanine, but you need to be very certain that there's no flanks coming through. But with how mobile Boogeyman has been in these last 2 rounds, you need to have an effective way of shutting him down. Of course, they do have the Deimos, which can technically be used to do so as soon as you know the operator the player is playing. They also have the Grim and the Nomad, which could be used as area denial to some extent, making sure that you're at least aware of the fact that that Boogeyman is sneaking up on you. So that might be the reasoning behind some of those picks. Of course, the Nomad has been brought before already the last 2 rounds, but Boogeyman has still been able to just evade them quite successfully in those last 2. So taking him down is going to be one of the crucial factors.
They've got themselves prepped around the windows. They're at the long watch, but again, nobody inside the building as of yet. You're thinking, where are they going to try and start that ingress? Not really just pop your way entirely in towards the back of bathroom unless they offer you to fight like that. You have to maybe eye up library. The Buck suffers quite a lot underneath. It's a fairly direct and centered approach here, but MV Taylor removes Damali, holds on. Now again, you're back to square one. You're back to the square idea of where do you approach. You've got 3 players watching out on windows on the back end. But without
not
a
getting any
direct
control.
Yeah, without a direct force, without someone forcing them into your gunfights, you're not going to really get anywhere.
No, it's just all holding off passive angles, but you're the attackers. The defenders don't need to move into your line of sight. If there's no pressure coming down onto them from like a different player, they're not going to be moving into your angles. But then you also have these kind of things where Coda just executes KTH as soon as he even puts his toe inside of the building at that point. It's just not working out for them. It's all individual pushes that are coming through. As they do find at least one trade, another jump out comes in right afterwards. Like there's no defending against this. As D+ knows exactly where they are. They're looking to go aggressive as soon as they have a 1 or 2 minute advantage. And the only reason that that's happening is because, especially in this round, is just 5 players pushing 5 individual places, and they're being met by the side of D+ and ripped apart by them equally as fast.
Missing out on the free kill and suffering the boss G at the end of it. I mean, they're just one step ahead here. And as I said at the start of this, it feels like it's 2 different sort of classes of team right now. And it's not that BNA couldn't step back in a bit, but they need to desperately. They are being outpaced. 4 kills across 3 players across 3 rounds. Nowhere near competitive enough for a map like Chalet that demands a decent kill game, but also the control that they've been able to get across the 3 rounds is pretty much nothing, really. There hasn't been a single moment where it felt like they've got in and secured themselves ground.
They haven't. Like, not at all. Like, they managed to get library under control in one of the rounds, but that was basically it, and they didn't even really use it to that extent, right? Like, they had it, they dropped, they went for a plant. Like, basically that. We need to see more out of them for this to be successful, because D+ is currently just running around them. They managed to, you know, be patient, get 1 kill, get 2, and after that, just run out galore. Everybody's going aggressive. They're looking to end that round as soon as possible and not make it last longer than it does. And it's scary to play against if you're BNA. But this is D+ just having fun in the game. Like, they're not being tested at this moment.
Attackers have located
D+
a bomb.
gear. What do they talk about in that time? Probably, this is easy.
I'm gonna run out here.
I mean, that's it. This is the thing, right, about this team. When they are like this, they are upbeat, they're terrifying, they're in control. And that is one aspect of their game. But then when things fall apart, as it did a couple of times, you know, think about how often they were the second runner-up team. They were second top of the whole league from last split. They were second in the LCQs. They were third in the playoffs. And, you know, when you are that extra team, when you are that one step away in a conversation where PSG Talon have sort of, I said at the start of this entire day, tipped the region on its head. You're on the split. Don't do it, Woogie, man.
Oh, he's definitely going to do it, but they're aware of it.
Not as a Mozzie.
Yeah, opened up quicker than he expected.
Oh, no! No, 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 no.
I mean,
They knew!
Yeah, they knew. They were watching it with two persons, and, you know, the window opened up quicker than they expected. Almost getting someone caught up by a nitro cell as well. Please don't tell me you're going to swing this blindly. Again, like, it's not hard. Okay. Second drone will get the information, though. And instantly to rotate out. And that's good to see from Woogie. Like, he's not getting, like, too sure of himself. He knows that he can lose gunfights. He's just choosing and picking the gunfights he actually wants to take. Goes down somehow. I'm not quite sure where that came from. Kai went down himself as well. Like, I'm not quite sure how both of them got injured. As the confirm comes in from Roland. That's Woogie secured. Kai picked up. It's a 4-on-4. A minute 30 has passed. A weird flashbang being thrown. But then, Emmy, we start looking at what they have control of. The top floor, but only half of it. And they need to go down all the way to the basement. So they open up the hatch, but they still need to clear out the entire first floor, which is done well there. Coded picked up. Man advantage now in favor of BNA. So this is something they can work with. 65 seconds actually was droned out, so good stuff for them there. But now you have to start descending down the staircases. And those, especially when you're facing off against a shotgun, are very scary to go up against.
It's a 4 versus 3, technically, but it won't take much of a smoke canister to stop a now 8 health Thatcher. Step themselves in. They're still holding off on the breach itself, the track. I mean, both of them attempted for the fight, but when you're swinging against a shotgun, even at the close range, I mean, it's not a favorable engagement, because they'll know exactly when you take it. You have to try and send someone else, but they are a jack in the box that is prepped and ready for the first sight of anyone to be full of an English shotgun. 15 seconds, though, and you kind of just have to do something. They're going to try and sneak their way down snowmobile stairs. MV Taylor gets Kai. KTH cannot get the plant because MV Taylor has the cross. Their best chance is unfortunately just on the wrong side of a smoke canister. Deimos is looking for them, cannot find them. Plus Kia. They were able to hold down on a little messy approach.
It's a peculiar choice to go for a plant at the moment that someone just killed someone from that connector out there. You know you're about to be swung at that moment. No cover was in place for you to survive that. The fuser gets dropped, and with that, your round will basically end. It would have been better to just go with that diffuser towards the actual garage door and plant it from there, because at least you're facing against reinforced all and have to fully extend themselves. But as the complete rotation gets completed, plus a little bit more, as the second one gets started off, back to the bar we go. Last round, they were here attacking. They actually managed to get some control of that top floor of library. And they managed to actually almost get that plant down. If only Roland, I believe it was, had the cover up a little bit better onto that nitro cell. That would have been a completely different round at that point. So there's definitely some stuff to work with here.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds to insertion.
4 rounds. B plus Kia, and after the tack timeout, it was closer than it's been before, but they can still try and manipulate here. BNA said that the frustration was they seemed a bit lost, they seemed a bit disjointed. Losing the early engagement was bad, but then you saw how the shutdown came in. About Roland's success from before. Having the drive round, having some attentive focus as a team inside the building was missing the first 3 rounds. If they can try and get some of it pieced together here, might start getting a little bit more of a tale of two halves.
They managed to actually get it together at this point. The drones, Yunsung playing as the doc. He's going to be banking on staying alive long here. Has the opportunity to stim himself up 3 times, trying to go for the pre-fire onto the Nomad that's on the opposite side. Be careful that he doesn't get air jab though. There's the bees. And they have full information on where he will be moving now as soon as he moves, which he just did. Flashbangs coming in, but they're too wide. Grenade bouncing off to the wrong side as well. So basically none of the utility hit. However, the headshot of Kai will. So that's going to be a library under control. To some extent, there's still someone out on the opposite side.
Yeah, they were a lot more locked in for that one than they've otherwise been before. They're still trying to hold off the pressure here onto library. With an opening engagement, a clean one for the first time. I mean, the Bravo drone has seen the player. Coda's just going to nip on past. Still gets cat saying, in fact, no, they wouldn't have seen it. The gadget was on. I thought the gadget was off for some reason, but he's obviously just drifted his way past. Gets a kill onto the back end of it. Visual causing visual problems.
Around with the Boss G and the SM. I don't even know why the Boss G is suddenly so popular again. It must be because of like the giant scope that's on it, and just the fact that for most operators, single shot to the chest will do it. It's very rare that 3 health operators are being played, such as Gridlock. So that would be the only one that would live through that first shot through the chest. Now, slowly, top floor under control. Still need to go down, of course, 35 seconds, but with Coda being on top, it's going to be a huge point of pressure that could be coming down as soon as they want to go for a plant. He can suddenly just sneak up and make some stuff happen, and suddenly, well, that hatch is working against him.
With 20 seconds, we're just getting more and more concerned into that final landing being forced, being attempted, and just being messy. They're making the rotate up here from the bottom of the snowmobile stairs, but Damali not able to get a bite into the single player. It's traded out. There's a couple of kills that come in the favor of BNA's way, and they're going to go for the plant, but with a second left, it's just an easy cleanup there for MP Taylor. The man is cool as you like collecting those past few rounds because his position, his role, is that final brick in the wall just isn't being moved.
It's the one that keeps the round together, you know? Like, even if all the roamers fail, even if they manage to get into the site, he is still in that crucial, pivotal position where he can either go and support the bar or take down that final shot onto the player that's going for the plant. And again, like, they managed to take control of library. And that's it. You needed a bit more. You needed to deal with the pantry. And you can do that multiple ways. Like, we've seen grenades being tossed in there. A Capital would have been a great choice to bring in that case. Use the incendiary bolts to smoke them off. Maybe even just smoke grenade, just so they wouldn't be able to see the head and would have to actually resort towards using utility. It's just too surface level currently. Like, they're trying to take no more than is necessary to get that plant down. But they're no more than necessary. It's just not enough. It needs to be more. It needs to be wider.
Attackers must locate and defuse
I said it in the game before. Did I think we would see a flawless from FearX? No. I'm not as convinced in this game. I think D plus Kia, I mean, they've just felt very cool and calm and collected. They're more than happy to take engagements whenever they kind of want. There's been no pressure on the objective. You get to the other side of that, and yeah, you have a bit more to play with, but the guns of D plus Kia have been so ferocious when they're just sort of moving their way around the map. Bit of worry, and Emmy Taylor hasn't died yet.
He's just chilling.
That's what I mean by
like,
his positions haven't been tested. He's that last line, and yet he's not once been moved out of it.
Well, still getting into the fight, of course, you know, getting those 6 kills, there's still 6 gunfights that he's able to win on top of that. But this one might be the most difficult round they face. Yunsung has been taken down super early, which means that they're just lacking on that roaming department. As Coda to sneak it across. This is such a nasty position. It's so hard to see through the glass. He's even just going to stand up from it. I mean, he has the ERC7 on, so drones will not spot him. Just letting it recharge. As soon as he stands up, we'll probably activate it again as he rotates around. Actually, from the west main stairs, the Molly will find his head. Shouldn't have rotated out there. There's a second player that is being tracked and almost managed to find the kill as well. So Nitro comes out, Skeleton Key comes through. JLT and Envy Taylor both die, and it's only up to Woogieman now to try and protect the even and flawless half.
Well, maybe I shouldn't have mentioned it could have been a flawless game. Woogieman does get one, but as that Deimos starts to track, you worry for how the rest of this is going to go. They have the pings on the player that's planting, but they know they're being surrounded and watched from every single direction. Can't quite get the angle, and BNA finally find around. E+, I mean, they were taking a fair few risks there, obviously, as you said, the rotate around trophy. Sitting behind the trophy cabinet with a boss G, it says a lot about what you're attempting, especially when you are already a man down.
Yeah, that's just hoping you manage to get the drop on someone, get the instant kill, and just move off. And I mean, those kind of things do work out every now and then, but as soon as you get spotted and as soon as the pressure is coming in, and this is also what I said, they needed to be wider in their attack. They definitely were there. They were taking control of that first floor and the basement at the same time, finding multiple kills on those roamers, and afterwards you could just start focusing on the site, get that plant down, even managing to shut down a final defender before they even reach the staircase. So good round there from BNA, a good attack. Now over towards the defense. It's generally easier. You don't have to be as turned on as you have to be on the attack. You set up the puzzle they need to solve. This is more of a reactive kind of deal than a proactive kind of deal.
Attacker's objective is to defuse the bomb.
E+ Kia. This moment, really, how much longer are you going to leave this game to go on? Going to be that test. If they get themselves locked in here, they've got Woogieman on the Monty. As I said, they're a shield-centric attack. It's very often in their wheelhouse. They don't have the blitz to play with, but won't slow them down. There's Katsang though. Runs out, jumps out, kills Envy Taylor.
Well, no longer has a safe positions to hide behind, so... And they need to start this off aggressively. They cannot just, you know, wait. They need to instantly try and get on top of this defense, because as soon as D+ is getting that bit of momentum, things can just shift away from BNA instantly. So Katsang being alive, being quick on the feet right here, trying to roam around and loop around every single thing that's happening could be a good thing here.
Well, the Monty is already trying to cause some problems inside the site. Picked back up. They have the ping on one more. They're just going to hold it down and hope. There's the swing on the player. Didn't want to, you know, drop the pistol and go for the fight. There it is instead. But the plant is being secured at the same time. Everybody's dead. BNA, what has happened here?
Katsang just gave up mid-fight there. Then hip-fire headshot of the Monty after he got shot. But that just fell apart so quickly there. As soon as Pantry was under the hands of Monty, they had the opportunity to just go for a plant because there's no verticality that will protect you against it. He can challenge you if you come back through the door. He can stop you if you come in from the bar. And D+, after being run out on and being a man down, just shifted all around 10 seconds after they snapped their fingers and secured themselves a map and match point.
I mean, you know, that's kind of what I mean about how this team could be terrifying, right? That's like a perfect example. They lost the Lion, they lost the entry, realized what they could do to try and take some control, and then they just went for it. And there was no prepared response. BNA, they were just caught, wrapped around, and removed from the map. 6-1, P+ Kia, they can set themselves up to match the pace of their longtime rivals, FearX. Probably the team they want the most revenge on for being the Korean team that knocked their hopes out of getting to the major.
D+, we know they have that ability to be super aggressive, and I mean, that kind of just showed. That's also a worry now. They just managed to, you know, snap the fingers and instantly get through. They just show a little bit of weakness out now. How's that going to be ending up? Are you just going to see D+ all over the side instantly to defuse it down, and good luck trying to get it back? At least they started off calm, trying to get that information, trying to get the Deimos in as well, taking care of some cameras. Have a lot of opportunities of using the def marks already. Basically, all the utility except for the S charges is still in pocket here for D+.
Well, a lot of time to prepare themselves here. Although they'll probably want to use it all. Plus, they're getting the work done, and this was the sort of comments I made before, where you have BNA, they're outside the building for a very long time, trying to hang on windows and wait for the passive angles. Plus, they're taking a slightly different approach. They're getting the angles opened up and then moving, picking themselves up, rotating as a team, seeing where they can make their route through. Well, they've got the track onto a Deimos. They might not know just how much support is down here for the Deimos. There's also the loose player down at the basement as well.
Minute 20 left. Trying to get some control. Still see that that top floor is mostly under control of BNA, but there's some slight amount of pressure coming through right now from the balcony. Because it isn't the main point that they need to get. There's other ways to get that plan down, and it seems like they might just be eyeing up to go for a bit of a west main push here as JLT is outside that window. KTH, though, is depending and thinking about jumping out a different one. And Coda is right next to it. I don't think they do.
No. There's the call. That'll give some of it away. The spray through is caught reloading. Please get the trade. No! KTH pops off. A kill, a piece of window, and D+ Kier in pieces. The call, unfortunately, went out as the sort of flag wave to kill him as well. Now they're just sat 30 seconds to watch. Hope that they can get one or two before they try and go for the execute themselves. Either way, they are against the pace of this game. Yunsang. All that's left here.
15 seconds left.
Kia tried something, but great positioning that was unknown about until the death knell was here.
Yeah, usually you use the logic bomb to gain information, and of course that was used now as well, but it was also the start of the execute, which kind of resulted in KTH getting that double kill as it was hidden for so long. The window suddenly gets opened up for him, and of course the phone is ringing, but you know, the unfortunate reload right after opening up that window, that allowed him to go for that double kill. And from there on, BNA, they can snowball that round as well, quite explosively. 2-6. D+, still in a very good position here. They only need to get a single round in. Now we'll be attacking the basement. See the Capital being brought. You see the Fuse being brought temporarily, of course. There is a repick, so they have the opportunity to change them out as they do. But they're up against the Clash. And a Clash can really slow things down, but it can work both ways, right? Because if a Clash is just playing and holding down a single angle, not really moving from that position, you might hyper-focus too much on it and suddenly get people all around you on the side from the opposite angles. Like if you completely lock down into
5 seconds left.
to Wine Cellar, for example, into the trench, and they suddenly start pushing down blue, down the main stairs, and they push themselves through the big garage door, it'll be way too late to actually make a difference out there, and the rest of your team could already be done. So you gotta make sure that you play that Clash super reactively.
6-2, D+ Gear. You still have the potential to get this closed out. Now you won't be at the very top, but I think you'll be comfortable with the win. However, it puts on that almost slightly different level of pressure for this team that wants to be that top contender, that top team. For them, the difference isn't so much as these games, but it's showing up in the games against PSG Talon and against FearX. Themselves more of a chalet is just going to give themselves more given away. Really? how they're going to play against KTH on the Clash. They're holding on to snowmobile stairs. They can rotate their way around, cause some problems. There isn't a hold really at all on the top floor as Damali drops his way back, but too late. JLT is already in the building.
The Free for a second, they didn't drone that properly as they were so focused on that wall in the Clash. They actually missed the Mali rotating up towards that staircase and actually coming back down, but it must have been heard or it must have just been seen, and the call made just in time. Gatsang still in a very crucial position around. As soon as the hatch falls into the hands of the attackers, you're going to be in trouble when you want to defend Wine. It also gives you the opportunity to still go on a big flank, of course, when you're around there. Either down the main stairs or out the windows, back down any of the other stairs, depending on where the push is coming from. Which, with this opening, would make people think that it is going to be Snowmobile, but I believe that the diffuser is actually in the opposite side, near the trench area, which they've just snuck into, because no one's watching that. So they're already inside a wine cellar.
Well, with the freedom on towards the default plant, in they go, right? Katsang does find Yunsang in the meantime, but I mean, getting this secured, getting the breach open, you still have a clash, but what is the purpose of anything that's happened here? Now you've got to try and go on the retake on your own side. Katsang wants to make his way down. They're going to go for the vertical. The clash can be a very big part of this as trades come out back and forth. The clash will reveal the single player tucked right on the spot. They're having to play this as close as possible. A 2 versus 3, a 3 versus 1, and it's all done. Envy Taylor yawning as he finishes that off. Shows how much of a day that stressed him out, doesn't it?
I mean, this was just a relatively easy game here for D+. They really haven't been tested that much onto the defense, and well, for the attackers, just trying to cruise it back home. And you saw it out here, like there was a lot of pressure happening everywhere on the map. However, someone just forgot to completely check on Wine Cellar. They sneak in, they realize it's free, they move over the person with the diffuser, gets planted, and from there on, it's just a cleanup one by one. So, very comfortable win here for D+. They can be very happy with that result.
And I'm very happy to bring in Anne again. Anne is back to break down this and the end of the day.
Yeah, I'm happy to be back right after the game as well, right? Because normally we go to a break and then we get to sit on our words for a little bit before we get to finally discuss the entire game. But I think the way you to describe it as a comfortable victory for D+ is the exact way on how we should call this. Probably how we expected it to go as well. If you look at the improvement, I guess, from last stage to this one, BNA managed to win one more round this time around, so that is improvement. You know, obviously the changes they made over the summer are cooking up. Hopefully, this was obviously a difficult opponent to be playing against for the very first time, but yeah, looking solid from the side of D+, and they showed how comfortable they were starting out on their defense, in my opinion, because my oh my, they just kept jumping at you. If it wasn't Coated looking at you through the window with a boss G, then it was Boogeyman jumping out the window with Mozzie's P10.
It was a rough game for BNA.
Yeah, I think that's the easiest way of putting it, right? Is we talk about fortunate matchups. This isn't one of them. You're against the top team with something to prove, and you're a bottom team that is trying to reprove yourself. It went how you thought it would have gone.
Yeah, again, rough. There's still some work to do for BNA there if they want to get themselves up in a position where they could qualify for the major, for example. Whereas D+ is just looking to pick back up where they left off and hope that they can do slightly better, reach that top 2, get that qualification for the Montreal Major.
I'm not surprised all the stats are leaning in the favor of D+ Kia. I think when it comes down to the individual performances of all these players, they were definitely standing out in comparison to the players on the side of BNA. I mean, I briefly talked about Coated with that boss G. You know, Boogeyman also going crazy here and there. We saw some impressive performances from their new player, JLT, as well, quite consistent throughout the entire game. But then on the side of BNA, some players that we really hyped up had some slower starts. I'm talking Damali, I'm talking Katsang, 2 of their new additions. They were definitely having that more difficult time, Emmy, coming into this game.
Yeah, I think when you're looking at a team developing its face, Chalet isn't an easy map to do it on, because we saw the true test of the danger of an attack on Chalet, and it put a bit of fear into the side, I think, of BNA. They weren't able to get into the building. They were struggling to get the lead through. Here, I think on the other side of things, you know, you're looking at, I guess, maybe wanting something a little bit slower for this team just to develop their team.
Yeah, for sure. It takes time, and that's all we're going to say. You cannot just magically plug in some XD plus players and hope that it's going to be instantly connecting. It takes some time, and I think we have to, you know, we say now, okay, they improve by a round, but I don't really care about the round count. I just care about the points that they have at the end of the stage, and I think that's what we should be looking at to see true improvement.
Sure, that is in the end the most important thing. That's what gets you to the top 6, that's what gets you to the playoffs, eventually to the major, and from there on. If only it was as easy as just plugging in a few players from a different team, or plugging in some players maybe from your support staff. If we look at the MVP for today, for this match as well, because there is one player, we joked about it, nobody can take this man from playing the game. He will not stop playing this game. The MVP of today for this game, Envy Taylor. I think there was a bit of a discussion going on until the very last moment who the MVP would be for this specific game, but that last round really set Envy Taylor apart for being the MVP for this game, Fluke.
For me, it's not even the last round. Like, yeah, he was great then, but the first half of the game, as I said before, he was so cool and calm about it.
Yep.
Yeah, he's not playing the most glamorous role. He is the last line of defense. When your last line of defense goes 6 kills and no deaths over the first, 5 rounds, he is doing the best possible job of anyone in that server. And, you know, and he does it all so convincingly. And I've been an Envy Taylor stan for a long time. It never ends. Never doubted.
It's whenever he went into the support staff, he was like, I just want to get back to playing at some point, and he's been given the opportunity now and instantly showing up huge as well, right? He's proving that he still has it, and not 100% sure on it, but he might just still be the oldest player that we have currently active inside of Rainbow Six Siege, in the pro level. So, you know, he's still proving that he got it at this moment in time, and yeah, it's always fun to see him, because whenever he's at majors, he's definitely the oldest player that's at the major. So it's he's one of those guys that just sticks around, and probably we all never leave. Maybe when he's 50 or 60 years old, he's still playing at majors. Who knows?
It's giving the I'm old as hell with the worst gun in the game kind of vibe from this one here. I mean, it definitely ticks off the excuse that you can't say, you know, I'm too old for this game, because even if you're Envy Taylor, if you're plus 30, you can still be frying it out. You can still be racking up those MVPs for your team here. But that's our last game, so it concludes our day for today. We can pull up all the results from today to have a quick recap of what exactly went down today, because we started off with some relatively fast matches on the very first day of Korea League Stage 2. PSG taking out the victory over MIR, and then Blossom coming out victorious over Orgless as well. FearX having a very comfortable start of the stage with their 7-1 victory over the number 1 from last stage, Weebl. And we just had our final game of the day, D+ taking that victory over BNA. I think no real surprises. I believe you two both predicted Orgless to win, but looking at how today went down, Emmy, is there anything that really stood out to you?
Surprisingly not. I think maybe I wanted a little bit more from Weebl. I wanted to have another, lesser expected team drive, and the Blossom result, I think they played great, but that was fair enough. It went against my prediction. I didn't know anything about a lot of the players that came into Blossom. I do want a Korean team that isn't known as PSG Talon, FearX, or D+ Kia to put some pressure on the top team. If they make the major, I don't know. But I want more elements of pressure in this league, because that is how you grow a stronger league.
I like how you're mentioning Weebl, because if we look at tomorrow, they have a quite difficult game ahead of themselves, let's just say that. They have to start off tomorrow with a game against PSG, who also took a victory today. So they're definitely, you know, ticking off some top teams of the very first 2 days on Korea League, but then they've got that done and dusted. Our second game for tomorrow will be BNA taking on FearX to see if FearX can continue that form that they showed us earlier today. Orgless, the chance for redemption against D+. And we'll be ending our day tomorrow with MIR taking on Blossom. Now, Hap, is there any game that you are looking forward to in specific for tomorrow?
Oh, I think I want to see MIR again, to see if you know, they've been able to learn from their mistakes and see if they can improve from where they were against Blossom. I think that would be a good test for them.
Yeah.
Jeremy?
Yeah, I think that's going to be a fun game. I mean, I still worry against these matchups. I want to see more from Weebl. I cannot see 2 or 3 being surprising.
Yeah, I can understand that. I mean, it's a quick turnaround specifically for Weebl here, but if we're on the subject of Weebl, I'd like to pull up the predictions because that was, I think, the one thing that I predicted right today, going into that. Oh no, that was the one thing I predicted wrong. Never mind. You know, maybe we should just skip over the predictions real quick. Never mind. Okay, so I think I got the Blossom one right. You two got the FearX one right. Not really surprising, I think, if we look at that. I mean, D+, most of us predicted that one to come out victorious, given their runs in the previous history of Korea League. PSG coming out victorious as well. And then, of course, there is a chance for Orgless and for Weebl to redeem themselves for tomorrow. That should conclude it for us today. It was obviously great to have you two back on the cast. I think this was, for the 3 of us, our very first day of any kind of action within stage 2 for this time around. Luckily, we have more Korea League tomorrow. I cannot wait for that. We know Korea League loves to bring us chaos and all things that you didn't expect to be happening within Rainbow Six Siege. But if you cannot wait until tomorrow, we do have, if I'm correct, Asia League running on the B stream right now as we speak, and then in about 6 hours from now there should also be NA on this broadcast. So if you're looking to get your packs, you can still do that on any of these broadcasts, and if not, we'll see you again tomorrow for more Korea League. Thank you so much for watching.